That's the way I.
Thank you.
I'm sure all.
Yeah, this-
That is milk chocolate and just here to say.
Of course.
Milk, all right, thank you.
I'm gonna be here a while.
I
So are you.
No. Positive mental outlook. Nice, quick.
That's not gonna happen.
See,
You're not in
negative-
estimating, are you?
What?
You don't do estimating.
No, but I will tell you, my first.
Jim,
I'm looking at.
what's your nameplate? You say Mary.
Sorry, Tom.
They call you Mary.
Mary and Jim are both in the right. They're both what? In the right.
Don't know about.
Yes, don't know.
Okay. When I first joined.
Well. So we'll start it.
Four.
All right, FairTV, we're okay. Okay, good evening, everyone. This is Lori Charlton, it's October 7th, 2025. I want to welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Board of Finance. I'll call the meeting to order. Mr. Mottola, would you lead us in the pledge of allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To the members of the public who've dialed in or joined us via Zoom tonight, please know you are muted. And will not be heard by board members, and there will be no live public comment until called for during the meeting. We generally welcome public comment on certain voting items, which tonight includes agenda items 3 through 13. If you're on Zoom, you can indicate now or at any time prior to public comment via the chat function you'd like to be heard. And we ask that you please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. Members of the public are encouraged to send their comments and questions in writing to the board. You can do so via the town website by navigating to the Board of Finance page and clicking on Contact the Board. Okay, so we will jump into the agenda for item 3. Whereas the Fairfield Cares Community Coalition has been awarded a grant in the amount of $7,141.55 by the Connecticut Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services for costs related to supporting the local prevention council with its goals of increasing public awareness on the risks of underage drinking and vaping and reducing their use among middle and high school students. And now therefore be it resolved that the first selectman be, and thereby is authorized to accept said grant, expend said funds in accordance with the terms of the grant, and execute any and all contracts or amendments thereof to secure said grant. I have a motion to hear this item. Mr. Mottola. Ms. Zero. The backup for this item is in the posted meeting documents beginning on page 1. Okay, and so presenting for this item tonight, who's presenting for this?
Philomena,
Philomena.
good evening.
Good evening. I'm sorry. Can you just, how do you pronounce your last name?
Apia,
Apia. Thank you and welcome.
thank you. Hello everyone, good evening. I'm Philomena Apia, the new program coordinator for Fairfield Cares. We're a community program that we plan programs and initiatives to reduce and prevent teens from using alcohol, cannabis, tobacco, opiates, and other drugs, so that our teens are well informed about the substances, so that they make healthy choices regarding the substances that are available within the country. So as previously said in the document, the LPC grant is so that we plan more programming and health education initiatives for substance use. And our focus for this year is going to be alcohol and vaping. So thank you.
Okay, any questions from the board? Grant. Okay, comments from the public? Okay, seeing none. All in favor of approving the grant set forth in item 3 and approving the appropriation of those grant funds, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous, 7-0. With Mr. Walsh and Mr. Stark not yet here. All right, so we'll move on to item 4. Whereas the town of Fairfield has been awarded a steep grant in the amount of $601,170 by the state of Connecticut. And whereas the grant requires funds from the town in the amount of $150,292 for the Reef Road Phase 2 pedestrian improvements project. Now therefore be it resolved that the selectmen be is authorized to accept, appropriate, and expend said grant and execute any and all required documents to effectuate said grant. For this item, Mr. Matola, seconded by Ms. Ruggiero. The backup for this item is posted online, beginning on page 10. And we have Anthony Santiago from the engineering department. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. So basically, our request is an extension of the state agreement. Previous construction on Reef Road sidewalks from late 2024 to early 2025. We've actually secured the chief contractor who constructed the sidewalks, and they've agreed to do the same prices from last year. So we expect price reliability to be pretty high there. Steep grant is, the state has given us $601,000 some dollars. I think this already mentioned, we need here as well as the RTMs that we can receive the grant money to continue on with the project.
And the matching funds of 150,000, are those in kind, or is that money that needs to be expended by the town?
Actually, DPW already has that unsecured.
In the budget or? Yes.
I think it's going to be funded from the NIP fund to the extent that monies are available. Currently, the NIP fund has about $120,000. A part of about 14,000 of that has been encumbered for conservation projects. So that leaves about 105, 106,000. So those funds will be used to fund the project for the fall construction, and additional funds will be available in the spring. If funds, or if there's a shortfall, then the remaining funds will come from DPW's operating budget.
So additional funds in the spring from the NIP.
Correct.
And is there, Ms. Vitale, is there any special approval to use those NIP funds in that fashion, or no?
It's specific to the type of projects. It's been used for these type projects before.
Questions from the board? Mr. Myers?
Yeah, just in terms of that NIP fund, what do you expect to be the annual recurring replenishment of that fund?
Yeah, it's about $32,000 a year. It's $32,000 or $34,000.
Okay, and we just started, right?
Well, 2 or 3 years ago. It's,
Okay. We had never used that. I'm
we have used it, we use it for,
surprised
I know it's been used to allocate funds for conservation project.
Didn't we have that boom thing that we put out in the water to
there's all
collect
that.
Oh, yeah.
garbage floating in the river? Okay.
Brewster River, yeah.
I thought that's what it was for, just trash stuff like that.
Yeah.
Does this cover the full length of Reef Road to the, all the way to the beach, to the post road?
That's what we're projecting, yeah. We believe that should cover, we'll construct as far as the funding goes, but we believe it'll go to the end of the project.
Other questions? Comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of approving or accepting the grant set forth in item 4 and approving the appropriation of those grant funds and matching funds, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move to item 5 to hear, consider, and act upon approving a grant agreement between the town of Fairfield and the Connecticut Office of the Secretary of the State for costs related to implementing and conducting early voting, and further authorizing the first selectman to accept, appropriate, and expend said grant and execute any and all required documents to effectuate said grant. Motion to hear this item. Mr. Furley, seconded by Mr. Myers. Okay, the backup for this item is in the posted meeting documents beginning on page 105. We have someone from the Registrar of Voters Office here to present this.
See Kathy Folletti.
Okay.
Catch there.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everybody. It's Kathy Politi, Registrar of Voters. We are scheduled to receive a grant of $29,455.02 for use in early voting. The funds must be utilized for costs directly tied to early voting, and they must be fully expended by December 31st, 2025. I'm suggesting that we use early voting staffing costs, which are $27,540. And the excess may be printing, which would be postcard mailing or ballots. I don't know if Matt's on. I think he is.
He's there.
Okay.
Mr. Wagner, do you have any additional comments?
Yeah, I'll say we've been having this discussion internally in our office, and we had I think a valuable exchange at the Board of Selectmen meeting recently. The grant paperwork that we submitted to the state said that we would be using it for staffing and equipment. My proposal to Kathy is that we divide evenly between staffing and tabulator equipment. Our tabulators are used for counting early voting ballots and will likely be used in the future for early voting, conducting early voting and using those for multiple locations in the future, having that availability. I'll say it's a discussion we're having internally is about sort of how to do that and when to do that. But we will sort of make that decision sort of jointly and make that recommendation through the Board of through the Board of Selectmen. And I do know also that we'll be returning to you in the coming weeks for a supplemental request related to our anticipated special election costs. So anything that we're going to be doing, we'll certainly have that proposal for you guys to review at that time.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board? Mr. Myers.
How much of the total costs required for early voting does this, I guess, grant cover? Is this 100% or is it 75% of what the total cost is going to be?
We have, let's see, there's the funds in our current budget are $27,540 for November early voting staffing, $6,200 for printing, that could be ballots or the postcard election mailing, $3,000 in postage, and $2,000 in special departmental supplies that could be used, but I think Matt wants to take half of that grant money and use it on things that were not currently in the budget. And I would prefer to use it on everything that's in the budget.
So, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're voting on whether or not to accept the grant.
Right.
We're not gonna get into how you guys, we trust that you guys are gonna figure out how to wisely use this money. And if you don't use it wisely, the state's not gonna give us a grant next year, so. That's what we're voting on, to accept this grant, and we hope that you guys can figure out how to use it wisely. I think you kind of answered Mr. Meyer's question, that it could cover a good chunk of the costs that are in the budget already, but it may be used for other things too, related to early voting. Is that fair to say, Matt, Kathy?
Yeah, and I'll say that the actual grant amount was like undisclosed until like a couple of weeks ago, so it missed everybody's budget process. So some towns anticipated a grant and didn't budget for early voting and are now being replenished. and other towns are in a situation where, you know, like they are like, you know, providing new services or, you know, sort of supplementing their budget in some way. So, you know, the approaches that people are following are different from town to town, certainly.
Yeah, Mr. Curley?
Matt, the equipment that you talked about using some of these funds for, the tabulators, is this a different technology that we currently have? Do we not have the ability to count early voting ballots without this new equipment?
No, so I'll say we have a supply of tabulators that is, you know, I'll say when we came to you for our budget in the spring, we were anticipating receiving 37 tabulators, which was about like 10 more than we would need in a typical election. And the amount we were supplied by the state was reduced by a lot, which limits some of our options in terms of like having multiple early voting locations, or, you know, it compromises our ability to have backups and things in the future if we want them. So the discussion we're sort of having is like, not, we can't count the ballots otherwise, but do we have the ability to have a second early voting location if that's something that we want to continue to do in the future? Or, you know, do we have enough backups to be able to, like if the equipment fails or if we need to do a recount, do we have enough backup equipment to be able to do all of the counting that we need to do? Or is that stuff not available to us? So I'll say that this is sort of the first year of deployment. We do have enough equipment to count all the ballots that we have, but also as this equipment is discontinued and we expect a decade plus sort of service life for it, like, are we putting ourselves in a position where we're like right at the edge of the inventory that we need, and are we able to sort of protect ourselves in the, so that's sort of my advocacy position for it. But again, you know, we're gonna figure out amongst ourselves, you know, hopefully in the spirit of compromise, how to utilize this money to sort of serve both of the needs, sort of priorities that Kathy and I are bringing to it.
And I just want to add that the use of tabulators during early voting has not yet passed the legislature. And will it pass before December 31st? I kind of doubt it. So we'll just have to wait and see. But I think it's kind of premature. And also, we already have 13 backup tabulators. There's one for each district at the polling locations.
We're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ruggiero?
Is this the first time we're getting this grant, or have we gotten it in the past?
We've gotten it in the past.
Is it annual, or how does the process work?
There were 2 grants issued in calendar 2024, one for the presidential primary and one for the general election. They were smaller amounts, but you know, the state is sort of providing grants on a as available basis to us.
So there's no guarantee we'll have it next year to take funding out of the budget?
Correct.
Right. It was kind of a fight this year. You know, originally we weren't going to get anything. So you never really know, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruggiero. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Any comments from the public? Okay, all in favor of accepting the grant set forth in item 5 and approving the appropriation of those grant funds, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous 7-0. All right, thank you very much, Kathy and Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to item 6 to hear, consider and act on the following resolution as recommended by the Chief of Police. Resolved that to achieve the purposes of the FEMA Port Security Grant to maintain or reestablish maritime security, funds be and hereby are expended in the amount of $104,053 to support increased port-wide risk management and protect critical surface transportation infrastructure. $78,040 of said cost to be funded by the PSG grant and $26,013 of said grant to be matched by the Fairfield Police Department. And further resolve that First Selectman Christine Vitale is authorized to make, execute, and approve on behalf of the town of Fairfield any and all contracts or amendments thereof to secure said grant. Motion to hear this item, Ms. Ruggiero, seconded by Mr. Myers. Okay, the backup for this item is posted online, beginning on page 114. We have our favorite police officers here. Welcome, Police Chief Paris and Deputy Chief Wyatt. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having us tonight. So the town of Fairfield was recently awarded another port security grant. The purpose of this grant is to sustain our marine unit assets. Total approved project is $104,053. Of this amount, FEMA will provide $78,040 federal funding, and the town of Fairfield is responsible for $26,013 in matching non-federal funds. The grant period runs from October 1st, 2025 through September 30th of 2028, allowing us to spread these funds strategically over 3 fiscal years. Primary use of the funds will be to upgrade the 10-year-old electronics on our Safe Boat 23 and to sustain the structural integrity of the vessel. In addition, the grant allows us flexibility to address unanticipated needs for maintenance and repair of our vessels. This grant ensures that critical public safety infrastructure is maintained without facing the full cost on the Fairfield taxpayers. By spreading the award over 3 years, we maximize the impact of the funding, extend the service life of our assets, and preserve the operational readiness of our marine unit for years to come. We respectfully request approval to receive funds.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Ms. Ruggiero.
Do we have anything in the budget for this that this will offset?
So we would normally pay for maintenance repair of the vessels out of our maintenance and repair of automotive line. And as you know, that line is funded by the fees that we collect from the officers going on outside jobs when the outside job requires a vehicle. So those fees that we collect on the vehicles feed into that budget line. And by the end of the year, that is a hefty budget. Out of that budget, we would be paying the $26,013.
But the other money was that the 3 years that you're gonna spend, the 78, that's in the budget. This will be offset that you could put towards something else, or
We
how?
have had periods of time where we haven't gotten the grant where the full responsibilities for maintaining the vessels did have to come out of our maintenance of portable.
Thank you, Ms. Ruggiero. Mr. Matola?
So the backup that we have starting page 117, it seems, I thought it broke down how you're gonna use these funds. Personnel, 20,000, and equipment, 53,499. It sounded like what you just told me or us, that you were gonna use these funds for equipment on the boat. Is that what's gonna be used for? Just explain it.
Primarily maintenance and repair.
So this, where it says object class personnel, that's not necessarily what it's gonna be.
Not necessarily.
Okay, all right. And what you're doing though still complies with grant terms.
Absolutely.
All of that, okay.
Other questions from the board? Comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of approving the grant set forth in item 6 and approving the appropriation and matching of those grant funds up? Okay, it is unanimous 7-0. All right, we'll move on to item 7. To hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution entitled, "A Resolution Appropriating $3,383,964.38 for costs related to the Fairfield Police Department technology upgrades, authorizing the application of ARPA funds in the amount of $845,020.84 to fund a portion of such appropriation, and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance the balance of the appropriation in the amount of $2,538,943.54. Motion to hear this item. Ms. Ruggiero, seconded by Mr. Penley. The backup for this item is posted online. I believe it begins on page 118. Great, I'll turn it back over to the chief and.
I'll introduce. So thank you for this. Obviously, this is Deputy Chief Wyatt, and this is Joe Kwiatek from Axon. Joe has been a great resource for us in all of our Axon products, but the ability to show you what it all does is in Joe's wheelhouse. I thought that it would be best that Axon comes to show you, so that I'm not speaking for their company. We have a little bit of a presentation for you, not too long. I promise not to extend your meeting too long. But it'll give you a piece of what this technology does so you can see firsthand what it does. So thank you again for this opportunity. I'm here to present a proposal regarding the bonding of $2,538,943.54 and the application of $845,020.84 in ARPA funds to support the refresh of the Fairfield Police Department's Axon technology contract. This investment represents a critical step forward for public safety while also being a strategic and fiscally responsible decision, ultimately saving the town approximately $2.87 million over the next 6 fiscal years by consolidating these multiple contracts into one. One of the things that we've noticed is we've had a lot of technology that extends a lot of contracts, and it's difficult to follow, difficult for budget years. So we thought that having this contract into one is beneficial to all of us. We are currently at the final payment stage of our existing Axon contract in the amount of $845,020.84, which has already been allocated in the fiscal year 26 budget. Rather than simply making that final payment and continuing with staggered agreements, we are proposing to refresh the contract now to take advantage of the significant financial benefits that Axon's providing and lock in a modern, fully integrated technology suite. Axon providing this contract now with a significant discount in December. So we thought that it'd be fiscally responsible to tackle that now rather than asking for multiple items throughout the year. And we could do that one by consolidating it now. Under this refresh, the town would enter into a new 5-year contract with Axon beginning on January 1st, 2026, with a total contract value of $3.3 million approximately. To move forward, the contract must be signed and processed by Axon no later than December 14th, 2025. We are requesting incremental bonding of $2.5 million approximately, which represents the difference between the total contract value and the $845,000 already allocated for fiscal year 26. Axon is also providing 1 year free of 54 fixed license plate reader units, which contributes to that overall savings. So the proposed payment structure, if you bear with me for a minute, just so you have an idea, year one, which would be January 15th or January 1st, 2026 through January 14th, is $845,000, essentially budget neutral, using the funds already allocated by ARPA. Years 2 through 5 would have 4 equal annual payments of $634,735.89, bringing that total value to that $3.3 million. This structure allows us to begin the new contract with no additional funding required for the first year, while aligning the future payments in a predictable and manageable way for us. And for transparency sake, the contract was procured through a Sourcewell contract, which Fairfield does subscribe to, and it's referenced in our contract. Beyond these fiscal benefits, the refresh is operationally essential for our department. We're currently managing multiple contracts with different expiration dates. It's creating inefficiencies in our administration that is limiting our negotiating leverages as we are coming across these contracts ready to expire. It allows us to operate on one unified platform, which is evidence.com, supplied by Axon. And that one platform is where all of our officers use to store all evidence related to our cases. So if we have a certain case that's requested, we have one platform rather than multiple different platforms for us to use. This includes body-worn camera footage, in-car video, drone video, interview room recordings, and that is important to note, especially because the new laws that require us to record interviews in a certain platform. Again, what this does now is allows us to use this one platform rather than the several platforms that we use now to contribute to this video. This refresh also allows us to provide our officers with newest technology in Axon body-worn cameras, in-car dash cameras, routers, which is essentially required for our cars to transmit this data, and TASER 10 devices, which is an important aspect to be concerned with because our less lethal devices that we're using beyond our firearms, we want to ensure that we're using the most upgraded technology. I think ever exposed to a liability or a lawsuit, we could say wholeheartedly we're using the most advanced technology that Axon provides. We couldn't say that now we're using an older taser. We will also look to replace our current flock camera system, which is the license plate readers. Again, different contract, all consolidating into one. It also includes something called Axon Translate, which is what I'll show you today in a demonstration by Axon and one of our officers who speaks Polish. And if anybody else has any languages they speak, I welcome you to try it. It is a real-time translation in over 50 languages, which would allow our officers to be able to communicate with somebody that doesn't speak English. It would translate it into our body cams, which we're using through Axon, and then push it out to their language. It's pretty amazing, and you guys will see it in just a few moments. In short, this proposal is not simply about upgrading technology, it's about the strategic consolidation, the operational effectiveness, and the responsible financial planning that we're trying to do by making this one platform. And thank you for your time for this. This is something that is very important to us. As a department, we'd like to move forward. We'd like to ensure that our latest and greatest technology is there for not only for our officers, but into ensuring that the citizens of our community are protected. We have the most advanced technology, and Fairfield always has been the department to lead the way for that. So without further ado, Joe and Officer Weirgas, if you don't mind coming forward, they're going to show you Axon Translate.
And if I could, first of all, members of the board, thank you very much for having me this evening. I appreciate it. Chief did an excellent job outlining the proposal. Just briefly, my name is Joe Kwiatek, as you mentioned. I've been with the company for 5 years. And I always like to just sort of give some context to what brought us here today. So Fairfield's been an excellent partner of ours for several years. And, you know, it's my job to make sure that they're up to date with all the latest technologies. You know, 5 years ago, when I started at the company, we essentially had tasers, body cameras, some video recording. The industry's changed dramatically with several new tools through product development and acquisitions. And it's, you know, over the course of several months, we've been talking to the agency about various projects. And when we started to look at it individually, those started to add up and there'd be separate contracts to manage. So from a consultative standpoint, I approached them and said, look, this opportunity to bundle these will provide significant savings and consolidate everything into one. And then lastly, before we jump into the Translate demo for you guys, what I wanted to share is just tie a couple examples of some of the new technology to local examples for you. So I just referenced two from the state of Connecticut. We talked about Taser 10 a moment ago and how it's the next generation of product. The existing device that the agency carries is what's called Taser 7. Essentially an officer, and jump in, correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially the officer has two opportunities to use the Taser device before resorting to their firearm. And so I give an example from Naugatuck that happened in April of 2024. There was an individual in a park with a knife being aggressive, and the officer at the time had the Taser 7 device, fired it twice, but there was an issue. One, he was wearing heavy clothing, and two, there was a distance. What Taser 10 solves for is exactly that situation. So if the officer had Taser 10, they would have 8 more opportunities to use the device before resorting to their firearm. In that instance, they had 2, didn't work because of the distance and heavy clothing, and they ended up shooting that individual 6 times. We want to prevent that. That's what Taser 10 is there for, solve that distance and give the officer more opportunities before resorting to the firearm. Secondly is drone as a first responder. And I just want to unfortunately reference the horrific incidents from Bristol a couple of years ago where the officers were ambushed, and give you an example of, you know, if there were the opportunity to have a drone deployed to scene before the officer even gets there and give the officer approaching that scene situational awareness, they'll be able to be more protected, more aware of what's happening, and hopefully keep both themselves and the members of the community safer. I just want to share those 2 local Connecticut examples, and then if you want, we can dive right into the translation.
As Joe mentioned, the drones, the mission behind it in the Fairfield Police Department, especially in the town of Fairfield, is not to patrol the streets with a drone. I can imagine the concern that people would have to say there's a machine out there patrolling the streets. We're not trying to replace the officer by having a machine do so, but we are trying to augment and supplement their responsibilities by having a 90-second response time to critical incidents such as what Joe mentioned with the ambush. Drowning incidents are an ever concerning issue for us. By the time we get down to the beach, onto the beach, speak to the person, it's minutes, and those minutes matter. With a 90-second response time on a drone, to be able to see the overview of what's occurring prior to us getting there is second to none policing. That's what we would only look forward to 20 years ago when I was a young police officer. So to have it here is very exciting. Axon Translate, would be great.
So just a brief demo here. So we've recently come out with a product that will allow an officer to use their existing body worn camera to translate up to right now 50 different languages. We're hoping to add more over time. But essentially using the camera, if I'm an officer and I only speak English and I approach somebody, and if I recognize that they speak, say, Spanish, for example, I can click the button and say translate to Spanish, and it'll start doing translation through the body camera. Now, if I don't know what language they're speaking, we can set it to auto detect. So I'm gonna just set it up. And we're gonna use Chris here as just a quick role play.
Translation. Press and hold button, then say, translate to X or auto detect.
So
Then release button.
let's say I don't know what language he says, so we'll just say auto detect.
Translation. Press and hold button, then say,
Auto detect.
automatic detection enabled.
Dzień dobry, mam na imię Krystian. Potrzebuję pomocy od policji. Ktoś mi ukradł auto.
Identify Polish. Good morning. My name is Christian. I need help from the police. Someone stole my car.
Hi, Christian, this is Officer Quietek. Did you see who stole your car? Do you remember what color, or can you tell me what color it was?
Cześć, Christian. Z tej strony oficer Kwietik. Czy widziałeś, kto ukradł twój samochód? Czy pamiętasz, jakiego był koloru? Czy możesz mi powiedzieć, jakiego był koloru?
So there you have it. So you just do it back and forth, right? Communicating with that individual. There's a second channel.
Translation. Press and general knowledge.
So now you can just ask it questions. So this is outside of the
Ask a question,
translate.
then release button. Answers all.
Can you help me identify a small, round, gray pill with the letters OP on it?
Small, round, gray pill with the letters OP on it is likely OxyContin, a controlled release form of the pain medication oxycodone. It is often prescribed for managing severe pain. However, it's important to verify this with a pharmacist or healthcare provider to ensure accurate identification and safe use.
So you can get the picture there. There's sort of those two channels, right? The translation and then the general Q&A. And it allows the officer to keep their head up, talking to an individual instead of reaching for a phone or something of that nature. And it's also going to capture that interaction through the body camera being recorded.
As we approached the lobby, I wanted Christian to give me this is the first time we've tested it, and from Axon's view, I wanted Christian to give me an honest opinion as to how the translation was, because as you can imagine, he'd be like, oh, maybe it's kind of okay, or it's kind of there. But Christian, if you don't mind giving your.
Yeah, so usually on calls, if we don't have like say a Spanish speaking officer on our shift, we're stuck looking for somebody maybe in an adjacent town. Somebody that's on the other side of town, which takes a long time. With this, I noticed that unlike Google Translate, it translated everything perfectly, like I would be talking to another person who's speaking Spanish. Sometimes in Polish, the words are flip-flopped opposed to the English language, and in this, there's no discrepancy at all. So it's pretty amazing to see the technology.
Thank you. Anything else before we go to questions?
Yeah.
Okay. And just to, I'll open it up to the board for questions, but just to clarify, so this expenditure was on the waterfall that we went through 2 weeks ago or whatever. We had this, the expenditure spread out over 4 years? 4 years, I think.
Yeah.
Right, starting in fiscal 27. So this would be, but you're coming to us now instead of in the spring because you said you need this contract signed early and there are cost savings associated with doing that. What, can you just give us an understanding of the benefits of going forward with this now, what the savings are, and you also mentioned that there were significant cost savings from consolidating a bunch of different agreements. So can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. So we are in the last year of our current contract, which we are due that 845,000. So that contract would consolidate with this one. So yes, it's a 4-year 5-year contract with 4 years beyond this that we would not have been previously already allocated. So that's why the first year is essentially cost neutral. Axon has agreed to allow us to consolidate this contract now rather than a year from now.
Right.
With the opportunities that they are providing now. I don't think all this consolidated contract is not something that Axon always offers. And Joe, don't let me speak for you, but it's something that they came to us for after we started prompting them, saying, hey, what about Axon Translate? What about Axon Interview Room? What about drone for first responders? All the things that we're seeing as a police department that our neighboring agencies are using and going to. So as we're starting to poke at, Joe was able to say, hey, we have this great program coming, and here it is, just needs to be signed by December.
If I could add, just.
Yep.
So when we look at all the individual net new components, it would be roughly about 990,000 per year for just the newer components. And so what I proposed to the agency was, well, those newer components are all part of a 2025 bundled solution that in years 2 through 5 is about 634,000. So yes, the agency could add all these things individually. They'd be managing separate contracts and couple that with the remaining 4 years on that existing contract, but it would be a net increase of about 300,000.
300 per year. Got it. Thank you. Mr. Welsh?
So, you said our contract's coming to an end, right? So, someone's not being completely honest, either in the administration or somewhere, because we used ARPA money to pay for your body cam for 10 years.
You are correct.
10 years, and now I'm hearing that the contract's coming to an end after 4. So where are the other 6 years?
I can clarify. The contract is not coming to an end. We have 5 more years on the contract,
Oh,
but we were paying off the contract within 5 years. So
that's completely different.
Yeah, this year.
we have 10 years.
Our final payment on the previous contract.
That's a completely different scenario. There's a bunch of different technologies. I'm going to ask you to break them down into cost basis, but let's just start with 5 additional body cams so we can compare apples to apples because of the 5 new officers, correct? How much is that portion of it?
That was about 240,000, 260,000.
Yeah, we looked at 10 new officers, and to add those to the existing contract without doing anything else was 266,000 for
And where are the 10 officers coming from? I thought you only were approved for 5. So I'm trying to figure out where you're buying.
5 next
So
year.
we were doing,
Next year? We haven't gotten it next year.
so in order,
You're buying them now.
if we were going to plan for full coverage for the refresh of this contract, we were taking into account the 5 officers that we were given on the FY26 budget, anticipating the 3 more that we had deferred last year that we were originally going to ask for 8, and we were asked to phase them in. And then we always keep 2 spares, spare equipment for any kind of unanticipated breakages.
So you currently, when you have your current officer package that the ARPA money paid for, you have 2 extra in a closet someplace.
We did, and then we had to outfit our traffic unit and the remainder of our school safety unit. So we're even down on our spares at this point.
And the 2 are for spares. What happened?
In case something breaks unexpected.
When we got the presentation from, it was Chief Calamaris on this. He told us it included one went down, another one would be replaced pursuant to the contract. So why would you need the extra?
I can explain a little bit of that, and Joe, step in, but yes, we'd have to send the device out for a repair.
Yeah.
Axon would repair it, but we have to have a body worn camera on us at the time. So yes, Axon's gonna repair it, but we have to have something to replace what we're actually sending out for repair. We can't have the officer not have a camera.
So right now, you're telling me you have no spares whatsoever because you gave them to other units. How's that been working? Has it gone down where you had to send them out for repair?
Well,
That
luckily,
means some officer doesn't have.
like Chief Calamari's retired.
Yeah.
And we've had some retirements in there, a couple people leaving. So we have theirs, but we are going to get back up to full staff, which we are in the hiring process right now.
Okay, so the $266,000 of this new contract is for your planning on us approving officers in a future year budget, correct? That we haven't even seen yet.
A portion of this, just the body cam portion.
Okay. What happens if we don't hire? Now we're paid. Your company would obviously take them back and cancel the contract, right? Give us an immediate refund, right?
If the funds were not appropriated by the city, then the agency.
For those officers.
So for all of our contracts, just to be clear, if, if year by year, if a contract is not, funds are not appropriated by a city, then the city and the agency can terminate the contract.
Why should we pay for these cameras now when we're not even gonna hire them for another year and they're not even gonna, then they gotta go out to training for 4 months or whatever that whole process takes? Why are we gonna be paying for them to be sitting collecting dust in some closet?
We issue our body cameras at the time of employment, because they
Okay.
pick them up to the police academy for use.
It just, so why are we paying them for the year? I don't understand that.
It would be a short number. It'd be a 4 or 5 number that we're paying for. And I mean, in all accounts, it's not a huge number of this number.
Joe, correct me if I'm wrong. So if we went body for body, camera for camera, and then we did get approved for the other 3, now it's considered an add-on to the contract and there would be less savings, correct?
Yeah.
Could you clarify the answer to Jim's question about if the town does not appropriate funds for new police officers, you would cancel part of the contract, or if they don't appropriate funds
Yeah, so broad strokes, it's just basically, we understand that every agency or every municipality budgets year to year. So if an agency hypothetically is paying, whatever, $1 million a year, if next year for some reason the city says, hey, we're not going to fund the police department for body cameras, then they can technically terminate the contract.
You have a follow-up question?
Well, it's just, I'm gonna talk about the funding at the end. I want to talk about the technology first. So my next question, I guess, would be TASER 10. How many other communities in Connecticut have those right now?
Well, I work with 17 Connecticut agencies that are a line size or sworn count of 100 officers to up to 550 officers. Off the top of my head, I can reference Stanford, Greenwich, New Haven, Hartford, Danbury, Meriden, West Haven, that I can recall off the top of my head, that have switched to the TASER 10 device.
Okay. Are you the only manufacturer of tasers?
Yes.
So there's 169 communities in Connecticut. And there's only 7 that have TASER 10.
No, I can only speak for the 17 agencies that I work with, excuse me.
There are other sales reps from your company work with others?
Correct.
All right, would you be able to get us a list of
Yeah,
every community in the state of Connecticut that's TASER 10?
Jim, if you're gonna move on from TASER 10, can I ask a couple of questions about it?
No, you can, go jump in right now.
So, and this, I guess, really applies to all of the equipment, but for example, TASER 10, what I would really like to see on this kind of an ask is a little bit more detail on how it's necessary for Fairfield. You gave great examples of other towns. But, the last budget time, I think we talked about statistics on the type of calls they're getting. So that's what would be, I think, really important for this kind of a vote. Like, for example, how many times have officers used their taser in the last year?
I can give you a handful number, 10 as a handful number. Yeah, if I can just jump in real quick to give some explanation.
Yeah.
Most of the things that we're using a taser on are people with emotionally disturbed problems, somebody that we don't want to shoot and kill. Our taser allows us to have that buffer. And our mental health related calls are ever increasing. Just today, we had 4 mental health related calls for service that our officers are responding to that could lead into something that's lethal. A person using a facsimile firearm, a person that had an armed with a baseball bat, person threatening to kill their roommate, things such as those. And those are not situations where our officers come across people that are wanting to see us. It's very volatile. And our tasers, although we may not use them at the time, having them out is a definitely perceived de-escalation tactic that we use as a police department to have that out there. Now, in the past, Taser 7 has an arcing device, so it would arc and push off a spark. The new Taser 10 is more of an auditory alert that allows people to say, oh geez, something's coming. It's kind of like I don't know, it's an auditory alert specific to this Taser.
In those 10 instances, sorry, didn't go ahead.
No, it's okay. So those 10 instances that we used is not necessarily part and part with what we actually have pulled them out and used them for. I couldn't tell you how many times we've done that. That happens all the time.
I guess sort of follow up to it was, have you ever used it? Have you ever had a situation where you used the taser and because you only had 2 shots, suddenly you had to pull a gun or a nightstick or I don't know what else I don't know what you do. Is that?
I can only speak for me as of this point, and yes, that's happened to me. I was assigned to the Connecticut State Police gang unit, and you may say, how does that revert to Fairfield? But I was attached as a Fairfield officer, and using the taser twice on a subject, I can't tell you what the amount of fear that an officer has when they run out of bullets, essentially. And now to have to revert to something to save your own life or somebody else's life to a firearm is very concerning to us.
I can also speak from personal experience. I was on a call where the same thing happened. I expended my 2 taser rounds and I had to physically hold the person down until another officer could come with another taser. And as he spoke about the arcing, I got a secondary shock from the next officer coming on scene.
So I'm just to be clear, I want obviously you guys to have what's going to make you as safe as you can be and what's going to make other people as safe as they can be. I'm just thinking in the context of everything else we have on this plan and how I really think like the next 10 years where we have these big capital projects coming on, we've got to really consider, is this something that's, we absolutely need it or would it be great? So I'll let Jim get back to his questions, but I do have other ones on kind of like all the equipment. Can you just tell us, other than tasers, what are we getting out of this? Tasers, drones, body cams, dashboard cameras too for the police vehicles? That's part of it? All right, and like, tell me the quantity that you're getting out of this contract. Like how many?
Sure. Would you like me to go through it?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Sure. So with the proposal, as we were discussing earlier, we increased the number of users by 10 for all the necessary equipment, the body cameras and the taser devices for those 10 new officers. We're also increasing the number of in-car dash cameras by 2. We're replacing, increasing the count by 2, but it would go to 30 something, I believe, or 39. All of the equipment is brand new. All new, the Taser 10 devices, as we've discussed, all new body camera hardware. I mentioned all new dash cameras, all new, so the in-car cameras or the cars themselves need routers in them. Those are approaching end of life, and so we would replace those with all new routers. We didn't yet talk about a product called Fusus. I know it was spoken about at the last subcommittee meeting they've had. What Fusus does is it integrates all the existing cameras and provides on a web browser. You don't have to, pull a dedicated emergency operations center or anything of that nature. You can, on your browser, on your computer, on your phone, have access to a network of cameras, body cameras, in-car cameras, the drone cameras, if you network with the businesses in the community. So that's called a product called Fusus.
Hold that thought 1 second. You guys have heard of a idea to create a real-time crime center within the Fairfield Police Department that would replace that real-time crime center. I, as chief, think that Fairfield is, yes, a great town. I want to say quiet town, not always. So I don't think it has risen to the level of needing a real-time crime center in our police department, manned and staffed like New Haven or Harvard would be.
It's like a fusion center.
Fusion center, exactly.
There's a million monitors that officers sit in the room and can monitor the
It's
whole.
not something that Fairfield Police Department needs. But
This is something similar.
Fusus would put that into our desktops. So what one officer would have to do in a room with thousands of monitors, every officer can do at their desktop. Sorry, Joe.
Nope, that's it. We talked.
I'm sorry, does this, it's just ringing a bell. So one of the projects that we talked briefly about at the capital planning meeting was that you had made a change in the specs of your, because I guess Chief Palomares was advocating for the real-time crime center. Okay,
Yeah, this replaces that.
I remember you mentioned it. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for clarifying. Sorry to interrupt.
And more equipment?
Yeah, so sorry, I should try to keep it brief, but happy to go into as much detail as needed. We talked about drone as a first responder. So these are drones that are in fixed positions, say on the rooftop of the police department, for example, that live in a dock. And there's 3 of these docks strategically located across the city. And they can be deployed by an individual behind a desktop. And they can be integrated with the existing dispatch center or CAD data. So if there's a call for service at 123 Main Street, the officer behind the computer can launch the drone from the rooftop. That's what I was talking about, being able to get there and give the department situational awareness before.
Who did, the dispatch officer would do that?
It depends on the agency, but some will have, dispatchers do it, some will have, officers do it. It just depends on how the agency determines.
Can I ask a question about that? So I remember like when we were looking at the budget last year, because I did try to kind of look at. All of this. I noticed that we had a lot of business checks, like just, making sure that people aren't breaking into business. Something like this alleviate you from the 50,000 or whatever business checks you did?
No,
Just for like, so you don't have to go into a room where you might have a gun.
situational awareness. Yeah, I would not want to replace an officer and all of their capabilities and faculties with a device. I would never do that. Which I think a lot of people may think, hey, we could, now that we have this cool drone, let's replace an officer or minus an officer, which is you never replace the officer's interaction or view of something. So I would never do that. It's not a patrol drone.
You have drones, right?
We have a drone right now that is Chinese-made drone, which is most likely not going to be able to be used in the next year. And it's used as a device to launch from your car. The issue with that we have with that is you have to make sure the batteries are charged. And I've experienced it in this here parking lot. When our officer got to the scene, we were looking for a suspect wanted in a severe assault. He put the drone in the air and the thing died because he didn't have the battery charged. This would prevent that.
The docking station.
The docking station, correct. Yep.
Mr. Shearer?
In general, by putting this package together, how much are we going to save over the 5-year contract, right? Which we can, I know, amend as needed if we don't get the funding for. But how much do we save by bundling this together?
Yeah, so if you look at over the next 6 fiscal years, which is how many fiscal years are remaining on the existing contract. If the existing contract remained the same and you added all the components that we're talking about this evening, those new components would add up to approximately, say, $990,000 per year for just the things like Fusus and drones and interview room and the routers that we're talking about.
So
So just-
approximately 300,000 a year.
Yeah, so we're gonna go say 900,000 or not, excuse me, 990 to 634. So about call it 300 and change.
So we're saving that by bundling it, and we're getting state-of-the-art equipment for our officers and our taxpayers, correct?
Yes.
Seems like a no-brainer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Curley?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to go back to kind of the equipment count. Is there, you're replacing everything, right? So body cams 39, it was 29 before, now we're going up to 39.
Sorry, in-car, sorry, dash cameras, in-car cameras.
All right, so what's the body cam?
122, thank you.
And it was 112 before.
17, 117.
117. So the previous, the current fleet of body cams that you have, if I heard correctly, 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old, supposed to last 10 years. Why are we replacing them?
Sorry, in your existing contract, the body cameras are refreshed every 2.5 years
Okay.
on the existing contract. So if you didn't do anything today, they're refreshed every 2.5 years. And the same thing applies for this new contract that we start. Every 2.5 years, the body cameras get replaced with the latest available product.
Okay, that's helpful. And is that true of the tasers as well, or what's the life of the tasers?
Tasers is a 5-year useful life.
Okay.
So that's part of the reason we're approaching it now.
Right. So if we did nothing, we'd have to replace the tasers anyway, and you'd be back a year from now. Correct. And the and routers. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curley. Mr. Myers?
Yeah, so I guess maybe I'm not understanding what the, thanks for that information about the upgrade for technology every 2.5 years, because that was my question. But, you know, on this capital plan, it really only goes out, well, it's a 10-year plan, but the costs only go out 4 years. I just would expect, when are we gonna owe you more money? This isn't good for 10 years, right? I mean, are we good for 10 years? We're gonna have
No, it'd be
best equipment upgraded for the best technology for the next 10 years?
so 5 years starting January 1, 2026, so out to 2031.
So I guess my question then would be, why don't we have something on this capital plan for the next 10 years? Why did we only do it for 5 years? This is not a 10-year capital plan for this device. We should have had,
And also,
should have looked it out 10 years.
I think we can assume that we're gonna renew it, right? And we have to plug something in there.
Once you go there, you're never gonna go back. So I think that was an oversight, because
On the finance team.
whoever.
No, it was something that we did consider, but we looked at it as an existing agreement, which we are likely to extend on a longer term basis. In terms of funding, we will only fund it based on cash flow. But clearly it could be an operating cost.
Yeah, that's my question. Like, this is the first, I mean, you guys, most people have been here a long time. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this that's in the capital budget.
Exactly.
Like, it just seems.
Waiting to get to this.
I'm looking at
This is the craziest thing I've ever.
I thought in the,
The policy says, we're doing this for 20 years. Our
Why
policy
20?
says, building and infrastructure projects, we can bond out for 20 years. Is this considered an infrastructure?
And why would we pay for 20 years, something we're only using for 6? It's completely
No, we shouldn't, and
This
that's
is insanity.
a good point. So the bond resolution, the length of the financing should not exceed the useful life of the.
Right.
And we've had this issue come up before and we've amended the term of the bond resolution.
10 years?
So then the other question is whether this should be a capital item at all, or whether it should be in the operating budget. And I think we've done both. I mean, this obviously, as in totality, clearly exceeds our threshold for bonding. And the equipment does have a useful life that, let's say it's 5 years or whatever, or even if it's a couple of years. I mean, I don't know about the 2.5 thing, but, we have done this sort of thing before. So it's one way or another, if we agree that this is necessary, it would have to go in the budget, which would be an immediate increase, or it could be financed like this. So go ahead.
So, Madam Chair, I can appreciate that the savings here is for the town to enter into an agreement with this
Right.
company for a 5-year contract. But we know what the annual cost will be, and it's recurring. So if there's a way to have this town sign the contract and then just put in the operating budget, $845K a year for the next 4 years. I'm sorry, 845 is already in for this year. It would be 635 a year for the subsequent 4 years.
I guess you would be signing a contract without having the funding approved. Because it would be contingent on approving the budget every year for the next number of years, whereas under this arrangement, we are approving and appropriating the money for a multi-year contract for equipment that has, and I'm not
Yeah.
trying to convince everybody, I'm just,
My-
the other perspective is that, I think, we all know what it's like when budgets come around and we're
Yeah.
struggling to kind of figure things out. We pay for it one way or another. I do agree that, and thank you for whoever picked that up, but yeah, this should not be a 20-year bond,
Yeah.
certainly. It should be aligned with the useful life of the equipment, but I'm not saying I would object necessarily to putting it in the operating budget, but I'm a little bit wary about signing a contract that we have no approved funding for, especially a multi-year contract. And then
Gotta
just
be next year.
assuming,
We have other contracts we do this.
yeah, I get it, but are they capital items?
We're legally responsible to do it, meaning we're legally
Right.
responsible for paying for it.
I'm not,
Right.
again, Jim, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just saying, there's nothing necessarily wrong with doing it the way the town has proposed. We could do it another way. It could be put in the budget. You guys can vote on it because I won't be here. So, it could go in the operating budget or we can do it this way. I don't think this is inappropriate. I think the length of the financing is inappropriate, but either way, it's up to the board.
It's kind of like a startup type of thing.
One question on the,
But I mean, I think, hang on, so if the Board of Selectmen gets this contract, right? To approve the actual contract, you can do that in the absence of having approved funding for it?
It's like doing a lease.
we have the.
It's no different than any software.
The town enters
Just
into-
asking a question, guys.
the town enters into a 10-year lease. I guess we could do the following from now on. On leases, we can just say, hey, we're gonna lease it. But we'll bond it today. We'll bond all the lease payments.
But at least isn't a capital,
This way, it doesn't affect
it's
anybody's
not a
budget.
capital asset. So it's different,
I don't
so.
even know whether this is a big capital asset. It's all technology.
There's no way you can approve it. But they're not gonna have no tasers, no, and they need the technology.
This is something we're gonna be
That's not a
having
possibility.
going forward every single year going forward.
Yeah, I think everybody on this board would agree that we want to support you guys and make sure.
Figure out how to pay for it.
I don't think anybody opposed the presentation or the technology or anything else. My concern is how it gets funded. And I think it's great that the town can enter into a contract that allows us to bundle and save like that insurance commercial. But I just think from an accounting standpoint and frankly, making sure we don't put it on the town's credit card and pay interest on top of it, it makes it figure out a way to pay for this a different way. For that reason, I won't support the bond resolution, but I will support the technology.
So we're not voting on that. I just want to be clear that if this is the way we want to go, what the board is saying is that we're going to have the Board of Selectmen enter into these kinds of agreements for capital equipment without us approving it.
Well, it's not
And
necessarily.
then when the budget comes around, it's going to be, sorry, we have a contract here, so it goes in the budget and there's nothing to say about it. And again, I'm not, I think it can go either way, but this to me is coming before this
Okay.
board for approval so that we all know what we're committing to and why. And if we didn't do this, we just leave it in the hands of the Board of Selectmen, which is, we can do that too.
But we also enter into contracts with unions for salaries over multiple years, and that funding isn't,
It's approved by the RTM.
okay.
Yeah, we do.
Maybe that's the check
I
and
mean,
balance.
we, again, this is coming before us so that we had an opportunity to hear about this. And we could also say, no, we don't think this is necessary. Or we don't, we think you should do something else. And all I'm saying is that if we want to go forth as I'm hearing from everybody, that's what we're saying. We're going to put it in the hands of the Board of Selectmen, and then it'll be part of the budget and that's it. And
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, if the police want to invest in something this expensive and they want to enter into with the first selectman and the rest of the Board of Selectmen, and the budget comes along and we think their budget's too high, we're just going to cut their budget. And they might lose some officers. But if that's what they want to invest in, technologies first officers, that's going to be their decision on how they run their department. And if I was them, what I would be doing is, yeah, I'd be saying to the Board of Selectmen, we'd like to come to you with this, but maybe we should educate this new technology that's going to cost a lot of money. We should talk to the RTM and the Board of Finance about it. So it's on everyone's radar of why this new number is going to be coming up in your budget. That's what I would do. However, I had a problem with this when it started under ARPA. I didn't think for it, but I was against this at the time. I did not like this. You were taking a budget line item out of their budget. And I actually said, well, Chief Calamaris was talking about this during the ARPA conversation. I goes, okay, Chief, so you're asking us to fund this. We are now going to pay for this with federal dollars that are not going to be here. In 10 years, that's going to go away and that's going to show up in your budget, be a big hole. One. Number two, I remember saying, Chief, so I expect your budget to go down this year by that amount of money that you were spending on cameras, because now the taxpayers are paying for this with a bond. Where's that? You're gonna show me it, like, right? That you'll be able to show me where the money you were paying for cameras is out of your budget. I want to see that coming out.
I don't remember. I'll take your word for it, but yeah.
No, and I talked to him after when we were walking out of the meeting about it. Like, I don't like the way this is being done. I didn't like, because you know what it was in a way? We use ARPA money to reduce the budget. So really, it's a way to keep taxes down a little bit, right? You're just reducing the budget line item.
That's kind of like what ARPA's for, right? To help during tough economic times. I mean, that,
but
if
this
it's
was-
doing it then, I just don't think it should be
You're
carried.
using it for 10 years, basically.
Yeah, I mean,
I just don't like when we're doing.
I have a parent.
I'm with, I agree with your approach.
We used
but
to do stuff, Shane, where, and I learned this from Miss Claire's husband. We used to, for a while, lease the police cars. Every 3 years, we'd lease the police cars. And then finally, Mr. Leclerc, Brian Leclerc said at a meeting, I don't know why we're doing this, because we're replacing the same 10 cars every year and we're leasing them. And then we're doing it again. Why don't we buy the cars, just use them? Because all we're really doing now is paying finance charges on top of it. And he was right.
It's strange to me that it's in the capital budget, so I agree with the approach you're suggesting, but I really want to make clear, this isn't about the presentation, this isn't, just what Mr. Curley said, I'm totally supportive of it, it's just the mechanism of paying for it.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with it.
It would be in next year's budget, 634.
Yes.
Expense change.
Well,
Sign the contract.
we're okay for the current year then?
Current year, we're good.
Yeah. We still have the ARPA money for the current year. Can I give, for selectmen, I always want to say select woman, but you go by selectmen. So can I give the first selectman an opportunity to comment on this? Do you have any thoughts?
My initial thought that it actually shouldn't have been bonded.
Okay.
It's the life of it. But brought it to have some conversations, put it in the waterfall to bring it before this board for discussion. Was convinced, basically, concerns were not raised as part of the capital planning workshop 2 weeks ago about the life of this. Want to make sure that the police department, obviously, we can move forward with this contract and get this savings for our taxpayers. And I think that that's the fiscally responsible thing to do. If this board is not comfortable with this funding mechanism, we'll have to discuss another one. It will be in the operating budget and it'll be a hit to the police department operating budget moving forward. But
Sally, why did you want to use 20-year bonds for this?
well, considering that it was going to be a reoccurring contract and you were going to be getting technology moving forward, looking at a project that would be lasting,
Comes to an end after 6
lasting 20 years. And if there was not funding available after the 5, then we would be continuing that. It wouldn't be the newest technology, but it would still be technology that could arguably last longer. Then that's a discussion that we have to.
No, I would just say one thing. I think our bonding policy would permit us to bond this if we wanted to. We don't have to. Our bonding policy would not permit us to bond this for 20 years. I'm pretty sure if we go back and read our
Right
policy,
here, I'm looking at it.
you're looking at it, it's within, it has to match the useful life. So that I think is an error, but no fault of yours. I just, it could go either way. I think it's fine. Again, I don't think there's anything wrong with doing it this way, but if there's a desire to put it in the operating budget, it can go in the operating budget, but as long as that's appropriate and what you believe, so the Board of Selectmen, you would advocate for moving forward with the contract on that basis.
I would advocate with moving forward on the contract because after we've just heard that we need this equipment and the contract will provide a savings and would support that. The 20-year, an error. I would hope that we would not be holding on to this equipment for 20 years. It sounds like we could, but that would not be ideal.
Say 10 years too.
Can we just make an amendment to change it for 5 years?
We don't have to, we could do that if we want to bond it. Or we could simply not vote on it at all and just leave it to the Board of Selectmen to approve the contract.
Which then becomes what? Becomes part of the operating budget.
Then it would be part of the operating budget going forward for the next number.
So just a decision that I think that would be helpful for the boards to have a discussion about whether or not we want it to be bonded, have this cost over.
Yeah, the reason why I wouldn't feel comfortable bonding this is because the 845 for the first year covers the first year. And then the disbursement in the second year would be the 635. And each of the next the years 2 through 5 would be 635. That's your annual outflow. So we would, at best, we would say, take that 845 and bond that over 5 years, and then the 635 bond that over the next 5 years, and so on and so forth, right? But that equipment that we're paying for, we just heard the body cams are turned over every 2.5 years, right? So to me, it doesn't make sense to bond this. I just think we pay for it as we go, and yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, finish this. 'Cause I have a
I
different
just
question.
think that our budget should reflect all the operating costs for each department, all costs. There's been a tendency lately to take things out. Command vehicles now all of a sudden get bonded. Ever since I've been involved, a command vehicle, they knew when they were buying it was the capital of their budget. It's just like we take more and more things out. And other departments are gonna see this and wanna do the same thing. And pretty soon it's just bonding of stuff that we're paying interest on it when we should be paying cash on a yearly basis for it.
And Jim, if you think about it, the analogy is for the police cars that are paid for out of that outside jobs fund, we actually go through a transfer to put the money into a revenue line and then reflect the expense. So it's a net zero to the taxpayer.
Yeah.
But we're showing the expense for those 10 cars each year. So I agree with you. That's exactly what we should do.
I mean, I work for companies, you've worked for companies. There's no company that would bond and go to their bank and get a loan to pay 6 years worth of payments. It's 6 years worth of payments. It's a contract that you're signing.
I did have one follow-up question on the technology before we move off of that. For the body cams with the 2 channels, translation and the general knowledge, is that cloud-based? Is that technology? Is that like, it's not contained within the unit, so it's going out somewhere? Is that
There's
using?
a SIM card inside the body camera, so going up to
Cellular?
the cloud to run the analytics and that.
Okay, and it's all through the cellular towers, the cellular.
That's connecting through the cloud.
Yeah, okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Mr. Myers?
I was just gonna ask, it's probably not feasible, but pragmatic maybe. In terms of the number of this equipment, I know you're issuing it to all officers, but how much of it, how many pieces of these equipment are actually active as opposed to off-duty at one time? What percentages are they actually being used actively as opposed to being somebody's off-duty?
I think it depends on the shift. We have our day shift officers who are, let's say, 15 to a shift in the day shift, plus our 14 detectives during the day shift, plus our administration. We all have to have the body cameras. It's not an option. But if they're off-duty, working an off-duty road assignment, they have to have their body camera on also. Any interaction with the public, we have to have audio and video recording. So at one time, it could be a lot, you know.
So this is not you can never share this.
No, it would never be possible to share. Some departments have tried to do that and it's failed.
And for accountability purposes, every officer has to have those identified themselves.
And just last comment on that is once an officer comes off shift, we have to dock the camera. So you're putting it in a physical dock that will charge it and also upload all the digital evidence from their shift.
Okay.
Okay, so if I can just make a suggestion then, you guys were gonna go before the RTM anyway for the bond resolution. So out of courtesy, I think it would be good to just present that. I mean, I think what I hear from the board is that everyone is supportive of entering into the contract. And with that comes an expectation that we will agree to fund it in next year's operating budget. And maybe just give the RTM the same courtesy. That way the Board of Selectmen can go forth knowing that everyone has seen this and approves it.
I will talk to the RTM leadership about this. I mean, part of the reason, we had conversations about how to fund this. I mean, in fairness to the police department, they came to us.
Yeah.
My initial reaction was that it should go into operating. Had some discussions, put it on the capital plan to bring it to all the boards for discussion. Didn't hear concerns at the capital planning workshop to the level we're hearing it tonight, which is why we moved it forward in this format.
Yeah, and
Just being that with the election, I want to make sure in terms of RTM time, there.
yeah, no, I understand. It's just a suggestion. I mean, you could do what you
I'm
want.
gonna just.
I would just say, I don't think any concerns were raised at the capital planning workshop because during that workshop, we didn't really get an explanation of this. I mean, the purpose of that workshop was obviously to see what the bottom line adds up to so that when it comes for us, we know that it fits in. So so I think the final is that everyone here seems to be supportive, and I think it would be good if the RTM could hear it. They were going to hear it anyway, but I'll leave it at that. So if that's the case, we can move on and not take a vote on this item.
Let's ask a couple more
Yep.
questions. On regards to the drones, that next technology, Joe, how many of your 17 municipalities have these drones?
So Milford was the first in the state of Connecticut. So one out of the 17 that I work with. I will say that a good portion are discussing it, but have not purchased it.
So we'd be pretty much cutting edge in the state of Connecticut.
I think Bridgeport has it.
Bridgeport is in the process. Yeah, they're they're obviously fundamentally different than us, but they're in the process also.
I'll share that I've worked with 43 agencies across all of the Northeast. The majority of those 43 are in discussions about drones as first responders. Some are further along, like Milford, who's up and running. Others are the starting point of their evaluation, but of the majority of those agencies, particularly in 2025, are discussing and evaluating it.
And of the 17 communities that you're in, how many use this translator?
Meriden has it. West Haven just purchased it. And again, I would say separately, pretty much everyone is evaluating it.
If I could just add one more thing, Mr. Walsh. Yeah. The Axon is not used by all agencies. Some use WatchGuard, which is a Motorola project. We have seen Axon be so sophisticatedly upgraded that we just trust in their technology. So Fairfield, like Bridgeport doesn't use Axon.
Okay.
So they wouldn't have that option that Axon has.
Sure. So while you guys are the only ones doing tasers, correct? You're not the only ones doing drones or translators, correct?
Not the only ones doing drones. I'm not aware of anybody else that can do translation on the body camera.
Okay. So you think there's two others that are using it right now?
Yeah, let me clarify. Milford was a beta customer, so the translation just became generally available for purchase. Milford was a beta customer, so they're testing it or have been testing it. West Haven went to council in July and their contract's starting shortly, and they will have it. Meriden also has it, and I'm in discussions with a handful of other agencies in Connecticut and others that are just going through their approval and procurement process.
Have we been a beta customer? Just like
No, we completed the beta testing phase at this point.
All right. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks for your support.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to move on to item 8. To hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution entitled "A Resolution Appropriating $3,713,704 for the cost of the security entrance vestibule improvements project at various schools and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation." So motion to hear this item, Mr. Mottola, seconded by Ms. Ruggiero. Okay, the backup for this item is posted online on page 122 with the bond resolution is back on page 200. So I assume that's actually, I don't know what that looks like on our hard copy, but that's for the online version. Welcome. We have Mr. Jeffine, Mr. Peterson, and Mr. Papa George. Thank you for being here, and I'll turn this over to you.
Evening, thank you, everyone. So what you have before you is the bond resolution to help secure the remaining 4 elementary schools and the ones you can see that they can have for high school.
This would complete the upgrades to the secure vestibules at the elementary school, with the exception of 2010. Move through with the project and be completed at that point. We don't give a lot of information about what we would be doing with this construction project at these locations to bring them in line with the existing vestibules at the other schools that have completed the projects. The calculations for the projects were based on the fact that we are in the process of completing 3 of them right now. So we were able to get funding and work with the architects and engineers to get funding that was factored into the project.
Mr. Mottola?
So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best, how confident are you that your nothing's here?
I'm doing the best, you said.
Yeah.
I'm for you.
Okay, that's pretty good.
We've been doing these for a few years now.
Right.
We've had the experience of getting them done, and as I said, we're currently doing 3 of them, so we have current dollar values.
Thank you.
Do these projects have to be done in the summer?
They will, this proposal starts them in the summer, does the initial project, but we anticipate them being completed during the start of 2 weeks of school, just because of timing and materials.
All right, questions, Mr. Walsh?
I'm a big supporter of this project. Every student should have full access, secure, at very minimal. That's easy. My question is though, when we've done these projects in the past, have we always bonded them?
We have.
Okay.
They've been part of larger construction projects. So, yes.
And
They're on the waterfall too, right?
Yeah, you went over the waterfall.
Yep.
Whatever.
They got moved up this year.
They moved up.
Okay.
Okay, good. I'm glad they got moved up. I know for the.
I just want to confirm, I just looked at the waterfall and I found 5 different projects on the waterfall. I think this, does that, I didn't.
Yes, we listed
5
separately on the waterfall.
Up to the 3.7,
We
whatever.
had up to the 3.
They're all being done next summer.
They would be started as soon as school got out, and wrap up at the beginning of next school year. Yes.
Yeah, and if you, just for reference, if you look at the bond resolution itself, which is on page 214 online, there's Exhibit A, which lists the 5 schools and the individual amounts that add up to.
One other question I have, if you've gone through the process, the technology changed, what we're gonna be installing for these 5? Are they gonna be better than the ones that were originally installed, or are they the exact same? I'll say configuration, whatever.
It's not really technology work. So it's not like a computer based or electronic based. We do use the visitor management system, so this would enhance what we already use. But this is not something that changes over time.
So basically the exact same thing at each of the locations?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Ms. Leclerc?
So because we're not specific on what this is, we kind of have to trust you on this. But will these have a 20-year life? Because we're bonding it over 20 years, especially the piece that's at for the ECC and board.
So the construction part of this will definitely have a 20-year plus life on them. It's expected to last as long as the building is open and operational. Obviously, that being said, we do have construction projects throughout the years to advance things, but we're not anticipating technology, if you will, to be less or improve 20 years. This is
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I don't want to go into.
Following up on Ms. Leclerc's question. So I guess if we're doing this over 20 years, we're kind of committing to the ECC and board being there for 20 years, right?
I think at no point have we discussed decommissioning that site for ECC. Certainly not in our current plans.
No.
Yeah.
That's one of the sites.
Yes.
And even if it wasn't used as ECC, it would be probably used as an entry point to the building anyway, so provides the safety and security for that entry point of the building.
How many entry points are there?
Several, I can't even begin to give you a number of how many exterior doors there are in high school, but there could be 50 doors.
All of them have the same security as?
No, most of them are not entry. Outside of a few doors that they utilize. And that was one of the factors that we had to consider as we took on our cell phone regulation this week. We're to have kids access the building. They enter every day.
That's still like one location.
One main location, but there are others.
Do those have this kind of security?
So is when we have students entering, for instance, the gym area where the buses drop off, those are manned entrance points during arrival and dismissal time. This is for the visitors, the parent, people arriving at the building, not the mass students arriving at the building. This is to secure the students once they're in the building, which we do with manning the doors while during this process. This is that, the one-offs, the arrivers, the people we are not familiar with arriving at the building. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? All right. Comments from the public? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor of approving the resolution and bond issuance set forth in item 8, right? Item 8 of the agenda, please raise your hand.
Jared's not here.
So we've got 6, right?
7.
7? Oh, that's right, because Jim's here. Okay, so that is unanimous 7-0. All right, so we'll move on to item 9. To hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution entitled "A Resolution Appropriating $76,398,168 for costs associated with the Timothy Dwight Elementary School Replacement and Early Childhood Center project and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation." Motion to hear this item, Mr. Mottola, seconded, Mr. Curley. Okay, so the backup for this item is posted online on page 178. The bond resolution is on page 215. Obviously, we had a lengthy meeting last night to go through the feasibility studies that were done in relation to this project and some alternatives. I know we had some open questions from last night, which I sent to Eli, who I see on the screen. And I distributed those responses to the board earlier, so everyone should have those. So I don't know how you guys want to go about this. Maybe I'll take in from the board. Since we had the presentation last night, we can start with the follow-up items from last night if the board wants to hear those. Is that a good starting point? Okay.
I did not see them because I was at conference, so I did not see whatever.
Whatever, yeah, it's brief, but there were a couple things that Eli answered in a number of the questions, and then 2 of the questions, Mr. Calabrese and Mr. Castaldi are available to respond to those. So let me I'm gonna go over to, we can post this for the public, but I'll just go over to the email. So Eli, you there? You may be on mute.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll just quickly run through the questions for the benefit of the public. So, and these were all from last night. So we asked for a breakdown of the soft costs included in scenario 1F, which was Dwight plus, new Dwight plus ECC. We asked for clarification of the cost of the owner's rep and whether that cost is included in soft costs. We asked for clarification of whether construction of a temporary access road for construction vehicles, if deemed necessary, would be feasible and permissible. We asked for clarification around the loss of athletic fields within the currently contemplated plan, both at Dwight and Jennings, how that would impact our inventory of fields and our cost to replace them. We asked for detail of the basis of the cost estimate for Jennings that was included in the waterfall. And we asked for, or Mr. Walsh asked for just a broader discussion and wanted to get Mr. Superintendent Testani's perspective on some of the alternatives. And I think Mr. Walsh, you specifically referenced, actually, it wasn't one of the alternatives, but the notion of a 10 classroom ECC model at Dwight, whether that was evaluated, and if not, what was the thought process? So those were the questions. So Eli, a couple of those Anthony is here to respond to the field question. Angelus is here to respond to the Jennings estimate. Do you want, and obviously Mr. Testani's here. Do you want to briefly go through the other items?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Question one, which is the breakdown of the soft costs. So we reached out to Svigals and Marissa, this morning, excuse me, and she confirmed that the breakdown of the soft costs include environmental testing, design and engineering fees, commissioning, testing and inspections, permits and approval fees, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, FF&E, traffic study, printing and mailing, threshold review, miscellaneous utility charges, and then project management, which is owner's rep. I'm going to ask Mr. Papa George to clarify historically what the Board of Ed has carried in soft costs across their projects.
We did look at that. We looked at Holland Hill as a recently completed project in 2018. And the contingency, the soft cost project total that was carried for that project was 15%. That project actually went a little over in soft costs. So we felt that escalating to a 20% soft cost with today's dollars would be right in line with what we would have done if we had performed this as well.
Well, the percent is based on the cost of the building. So if you raise the cost of the building, we've seen astronomical. You also have 20% of an astronomical number. So it seems like it would be like a huge number. I would actually think that the building costs have gone up more than FF&E costs.
They've gone up proportionately, we would say. That's why we felt that we felt that looking at the Svigals report and reviewing on it, 20% is where we would have landed as well.
Okay, where does Holland Hill, we have a specific number for an owner's rep in there, percentage?
Yes. So for Holland Hill, hired the owner's rep off of an RFP. The owner's rep was the original cost estimate for the owner's rep was $471,500. That was opened in 2016 and then closed in 2019 at the end of the project. And the total savings at the end of that project was $8,928.76 was returned back to the town off of the owner's rep.
Okay, but we did not have, when we were the Holland Hill project, specific percentage point, or the earliest point up, town body saw. For an owner's rep, you didn't see like 2% or 1%.
It was calculated into that 15%, as I said earlier. Soft costs.
What about Mill Hill? That was another, kind of fairly recent, in the last 10 years, correct?
It was, and I apologize. We used Holland Hill mainly because that's the records we had readily available today to get you the information. Mill Hill is still in a review process with the state, so some of the paperwork was not readily available to us. So I wanted to use something where we had all the information.
How much over were you? 15%?
Over 15?
Yeah, so it was like 16%?
It was approximately 15.19%.
15.19. Basically, we were only, we have a whole 5% save here. Numbers show let's be honest, 15%.
18%.
Yeah, so that was a fairly accurate number.
It was in 2017, 2018. They were planning that project.
Okay.
The industry standard right now is 20%. We reached out, obviously Spagals gave us that 20% last night. We also reached out today to 3 different companies that we've done work with in the past. Who do estimating and owner's rep work. And they all, without hearing our question, said 20% without giving seller anything. They said we would carry 20% of a project for Falcon.
One sitting on the building committee for this.
Okay, so we're still on that first, Mr. Curley?
Yeah, just a clarifying question for Eli. You ran through that list of items that are contained in the soft cost pretty quickly, but I think the second one that you mentioned was for design. I believe that design work is separate from the soft cost, or maybe I'm just conflating 2 different design line items, but that looking at page 94, in the bottom left of the table, the first line of item, design and estimating contingency of 12.5. So I just wanted to question whether the design work that was included in the 20% was duplicative, or if that's for some different design work.
Yeah, I can go back and confirm with Melissa exactly what the design engineering fees that were included in the soft cost would be for.
And when you say design, is that for the architect?
I would assume so. Whether it's yeah, it would be for our architect, correct?
Mr. Curley, any other questions on that first follow-up bullet point on the soft costs? Okay. So that covers the soft costs and the owner's rep. Good on that? The next question was just to get some clarification. We had some discussion last night on whether potentially there might be a need for a temporary access road during construction. I think you looked at that. I don't know, Ms. Vitale, you want to address that? Or Eli, either one?
Yeah, I can jump in real quick. Yeah. So as we discussed yesterday, there was conversations of potentially constructing either a temporary access road to serve for construction vehicles, or basically an emergency access or egress through the Binger Woods. However, at this time, we do not believe that will be necessary. There is nothing on the Svigals drawings that show anything within the Binger Woods. Per our discussions yesterday, I did reach out to the conservation director and kind of got his thoughts on it again. And if you'd like, I can read exactly what he said, if the board prefers.
Yeah, you can read it. So this is in the email, but just for the public, you can go ahead and read.
Sure. So, and I quote, this is Tim Bishop, Conservation Director, and I quote, "At your request, I'm providing the following statement on behalf of the Conservation Commission, excuse me, as it relates to the design of the Dwight Elementary School reconstruction project. The adjacent town property known as Binger Woods falls under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission and is managed to remain in its natural state in perpetuity. This space does not contain any established roads or trails supporting this management technique. Therefore, no disturbance to the forest or land will be authorized without authorization from the Conservation Commission. However, as their agent, I would not support any proposed disturbances, tree clearing for fields, or temp road constructions for any reason. Open space such as Binger Woods are protected for many environmental / ecological reasons and should not be utilized in this way proposed as a convenience or financial factor for any project located nearby. Please let me know if you have any questions or need additional information."
Pretty clear.
It ends that.
So we don't think we need it, and if we do need it, we're in trouble. I think that's the answer. Okay, any follow-up questions on that? Okay.
Yeah, I do. Eli, did you find out whether there's any type of restrictions or land restrictions for when we got the Binger Woods that would limit, doing anything on the property.
I did not look into the land restrictions. I just contacted the conservation director.
We didn't take a deeper dive because we knew based on the plan that the road for this project wasn't going to be supported by conservation. And right now it didn't seem like it was needed and the school would have a workaround. So we didn't, we can, if you want to do a deeper dive into Binger Woods, we can, but for this project, it didn't seem like.
Ellie, it sounds like we're not gonna be doing it. I would suggest if that changes, you should make an announcement to the entire town that we're planning on doing that so that everybody has a thought and could register their thoughts on that. Some people, the Binger Woods, and I got calls about it this morning. They consider that like sacred ground. Like, it's like, they don't want to start, like, they heard me say something like, well, if we're gonna put a road there, why don't we put a field there? Put another one of the lost things. And I wasn't saying I was advocating for that, but my thought is if we're gonna start cutting it down, let's start looking at it. And I would like to know at some point whether there are restrictions. I don't know how we got it. A lot of these pieces of property like that, we get because people donate them to us. Or they don't, whatever. And I don't need you to spend the time now, but I think obviously you'd have to spend the time then to see whether we could do it. But I also think that if that's gonna happen, there should be an announcement other than someone's waking up one day saying, I'm hearing a lot of cutting going on. Because I think the people up in Greenfield Hill would want to know that the school is now taking up some of the Binger Woods. Because that's not really what the plan is at this point.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on that item? Okay. All right. The next open item that we asked for clarification was better understanding the loss of athletic fields within the currently contemplated plan at both Dwight and Jennings. In other words, what would that do to the inventory of fields? I think there was a little bit of confusion on how many fields would be lost, what that means, how they would be replaced, the potential cost to replace, which is not currently included in the plan, et cetera. So I see Mr. Calabrese on the screen. You are muted at the moment, but I will turn it over to you. Welcome.
Oh, thank you for having me. So not 100% sure what you guys would like to hear or what you're looking for tonight, but Mr. Walsh, go ahead.
Well, I'd ask that you be here, so why don't I start it off? And I'm sorry if I'm making you miss the Yankee game that's going on right now, but we'll try to make this as fast as possible, although the Yankees are getting killed. So in going through some of these plans, Anthony, when we were going through them last night, specifically up at Dwight, it appears as though if the preferred Board of Education plan that they're putting forth, the option that they've chosen that they would like to have goes forward, you would be losing one of the larger soccer fields up at Dwight, plus the softball backstop, which I guess you use during the off season from soccer during the summertime. Probably, I don't know whether you still use, I know at one point it was used for adult softball leagues and things like that. And so that's to me a loss of one field. Further, we're looking at a Jennings project that won't start right away. So I just want to be aware that's probably not till 2031, but expanding and adding ECC classrooms there. And under one of the scenarios, which is probably the better of the scenarios, you'd be losing your soccer field there as well. And my question was, what does that mean to your program? And did you know about this? And, what are your thoughts on this? Like, how do we replace those?
Okay. So Dwight is by far one of our largest athletic complexes. Currently, we line it for 2 soccer fields, and we do use it for adult softball and Fairfield American Little League. So heavily used. It is one of our full-size adult softball fields. So obviously you can't play soccer and softball there, adult softball at the same time, but one or the other. Again, losing a full-size softball field is, I don't want to say detrimental, but it definitely puts a damper on our program. Losing 2 soccer fields at Dwight, obviously hurts us as well.
If you wanted Dwight, Anthony, there'd be room for one.
My understanding is
One under the plan, the smaller one.
one smaller sided field, right? Again, not ideal for us. I haven't been involved in this process at all. Prior to this conversation here, my first conversation about field space and losing field space was this morning with Mr. Gazal. So when he filled me in on this Board of Ed plan, obviously I knew there was a Dwight school coming. I mean, I don't live under a rock, but I have not been involved in those conversations. I didn't meet with the feasibility group on any of these conversations. I haven't been in front of the Board of Ed to talk about any of this. So yeah, I mean, I couldn't give you price tags on what rebuilding fields are going to cost. I'm not prepared to do that, so I apologize if that was the expectation tonight. And losing Jennings, I mean, that again, I know that's a couple of years out, but that's again the first hearing of it. We do use Jennings for 7v7 soccer fields, so it is one of our smaller soccer fields. But again, it's more field space that we're losing.
You're only losing field space under one Jennings scenario. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, one at a time. Hang on. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Mattola.
I just want to be clear, under one scenario, you're not losing any soccer fields at Jennings. There's another one where you would be. So right now, what's happening if the Dwight project goes through is you're going to lose a softball field and you're going to lose a soccer field, but you're going to have one soccer field up there. Is that fair? Everyone agrees with that? Okay. And then, let me throw this out there. Have you had any discussions with anyone in the town about using the Giant Steps grounds at some point, and I know it's not going to happen in the next year or two, at some point in the next 5 to 10 years for recreational space, soccer space up there, maybe a softball field of some sort? Has that been discussed at all, Anthony?
Yeah, so we've carried that as part of our master plan over, we rolled that out in 2022. So we've been carrying that on the waterfall chart. However, during the Gerber administration, that was kind of pushed off because the feasibility group was looking at different options for what they were going to do with that property. So
we kind of know what's going to happen there now. Looks like it's going to be torn down, the building, I think sooner rather than later, which then I think would open up the opportunity up there for fields of some sort. I don't want to put words in the first select.
I think that's.
Is that kind of the game plan?
Land is pretty valuable, in terms of, and we have other facilities. I mean, I think that something that I would like to do, and spoke to Mr. Gerber about this, is bringing back the Facilities Commission, the Town Facilities Commission. There's an ordinance for it. I think I would ask the RTM, not this RTM, but after the election, to look at it, to be making some of these decisions about fields. I mean, we've talked about senior housing, workforce housing, a new senior center, the Turner Center. I mean, there's a wealth of possibilities for that space. But fields, and Anthony and I have spoken about that. There's some great things that can be done from recreation as well. And I think that that's a conversation that should be a community conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mattola. Mr. Myers.
So, Anthony, getting back to the loss of fields question, this was clearly on your waterfall. I see it here. This was something that you were looking to, in years down the road, looks like maybe 32, you were going to be adding fields. So you don't have a plan today that is, I think, taking away fields. So that's really the question here. Like what's going to happen to your ability to provide services to the town, fields, with the loss of a soccer field and a softball?
Well, it's going to mean more games at certain fields, right? So if recreation was able to spread their games out, we're able to have FUSA and travel soccer and other outside organizations, or even other local organizations, be able to use those fields. We're not going to have that ability anymore. Our hands will be a little more tied because of the lack of field space. You're not able to spread things out. We won't be able to take a field offline. Granted, we rarely can take a field offline due to lack of field space anyway, but best practice is to take one off a season and give that field rest and, rehab it as best you can. We won't be in a situation where we can do that. Now, have we been down fields before? Yes. Holland Hill, I think, is a perfect example of a school construction project that took a field offline for a significant amount of time. I don't recall if it was 3 years, but that's kind of what my memory is telling me. That field we lost for 3 years, came back online. That helped us out. We were able to open up another, take another field offline for rest. But that was, I think, the last time we were in a situation like this. McKinley, that was another situation, but that was about 20 years ago. So maybe even longer at this point. So yeah, I mean, Giant Steps was supposed to be an addition of fields. And now it's going to be a replacement of fields, is from what I'm hearing tonight.
And just as a follow-up, because you just said something about taking something offline, I don't know how long this construction project is planned. Is it for 2 summers? Or?
You're calling it a 3-summer project.
Will the access to that one remaining soccer field be taken offline during construction? He's really losing all the fields during construction, and then he's only going to get back the one field after construction's done. Is that correct?
That would be up to a construction manager to figure the logistics of the site on, but from what I've seen of it, I would assume that would be the case.
Just the fields, or any other, I mean, there's courts there too. Would everything?
I would imagine the courts would remain open or part of the contract.
I think that this is very, we're very high level, these plans, like these aren't architectural design plans.
No, understood. I think
Go to
we just, I think,
and things could.
yeah, and again, I don't think we wanted to put Anthony on the spot, but obviously the costs were not included in here. And so that's just, it was field availability and costs. I couldn't even venture a wild guess as to the cost, but that was the genesis of the questions. Mr. Curley?
Yeah, I just want to get a little bit more specific with you, Anthony. Off the top of your head, do you know how many adult softball fields you have in your fleet around the town?
Off the top of my head, I believe we use 4 different locations for adult softball. We use Tom Hayden, we use Owen Fish, we use Dwight, we use Veterans. Those are the 4 where the men can play.
Okay, so that's going to get cut by 25%.
That's correct.
What about Sherman School?
Well, Sherman, we don't play the men at Sherman because they hit the houses. So we can play the women there on Monday night, but the men can't.
Yeah. And then in terms of the soccer fields, I think we would retain the smaller of the 2. So I think the larger 11v11 field you'd lose. How many 11v11s do we have in town?
We only have not even a handful. Lower Tunxus can be lined when it's not baseball. Like right now we have it lined for soccer, but we have Upper Burrows, we have South Pine Creek, we have Tomlinson. We now have Ludlow Middle School back online. And I might be missing one, but that's 5. So I believe that's the full number there.
So it's a pretty substantial loss to your inventory.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. Mr. Welsh?
Anthony, even if we were to clear the land and give you Giant Steps, right? It's gonna come with a cost for you to make it into fields that you can use for recreation, correct?
That's correct.
It might need to be leveled, correct?
Yep.
It might need to have drainage.
Correct.
It might need to have a sprinkler system.
Yep.
And sod. Am I missing any costs there?
Well, parking lot, you're gonna have to expand parking there. There's not enough parking already. I mean, if you're gonna follow up the master plan we were calling for, adding an access road, because the neighbor is gonna be up in arms when we start bringing people into that neighborhood. If you wanted to put in bathrooms, or you're gonna keep porta potties, I mean, those are all things that you could consider. And if we were going to put multiple fields at Giant Steps, we would push for a turf complex, just like we did at Ludlow. So I mean, that's what we would be looking for.
Okay.
And what is in the waterfall now?
I think we're
No, it's
carrying.
there. There's a line item in terms of what it means. What
Yeah.
did you contemplate in here?
So parking, 2 multi-purpose fields side by side, a baseball field overlaid, softball field overlaid, and turf being full, turf complex. So that's why I believe the number we're carrying, I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's like 8.8 million or something like that. And again, those are 2021 numbers.
Right, so it's in the waterfall, but your master plan contemplated that those would be additional fields
That's right.
versus replacement. Got it. Mr. Matola.
I know we're gonna be voting on this at some point in the next month or two. Does the addition of what looks like a substantial turf field up at Ward, will that help you at all moving forward?
So I can't really say that it would or wouldn't. I can tell you right now, we don't use Ward for any public recreation to my knowledge. Now that doesn't mean there's not outside rentals that the school does. I know that, like, I think youth football may rent time from them. But from a recreation standpoint, we aren't able to get time there. It's just like Ludlow. We don't get time on the Ludlow turf field either.
Thank you, Mr. Matola. Mr. Walsh?
So one of these plans, Anthony, the one that goes approximately 2031 at Jennings, there's an A and a B plan. Plan A saves the field, but costs $900,000 more. $600,000 after our state reimbursement. But let's just call it $600,000. Based on the cost you're telling me for fields, you think that'd be a wise investment for the town to make to try to save that field over there?
I don't know if I can make that call. No, I don't know that I can make that call. Again, I'm not going to weigh in on, the school's needs.
No, we'd be able to get the same amount of like ECC space. It's just, we would build an access road for the ECC entry in the back. And it would be a little bit different configuration. It would save the field. It would give them exactly the same project. It's just more expensive by $900,000, $600,000 after we get state reimbursement. Some of the numbers you're talking about, $8 million for 2 fields. It would seem to me, trying to keep your field over there while giving the Board of Ed what they wanted would be the best of both worlds. And for $600,000, one-time fee, well, we'd be able to keep the field for hopefully ever.
I understand what you're saying.
You think it would be a wise investment?
He's not committing.
Gotta commit right now.
Yeah. I'm not on the Board of Finance here. Luckily, I don't have to make those decisions.
I think there's a recognition that if 1F gets approved tonight, that there's gonna be some issues with respect to field space that this town is gonna have to address over the next few years. And that's the way it's gonna be. I mean, I don't know. Unless, I can't imagine, I see this all due respect, people are gonna vote against the White project because it's taking away a soccer field and a softball field.
No, I think part of the question was understanding it.
$78 million?
You know what I mean. But we recognize there's an issue here. It was important to have Anthony here. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I'll tell you from Anthony's perspective, hearing that there's an $8.8 million number that's not based on a 2021 to restore 2 fields is a lot of money.
Well,
That's turf.
and I think to what I just heard a little earlier from the note from Tim Bishop, you're going to have the same issue at Giant Steps.
Yes.
That bumps up against conservation space, and you're going to have to get their buy-in. Otherwise, I'm not getting those fields there anyway. So, while you guys were talking, I'm looking at the Dwight site, and the Dwight site goes pretty deep currently without touching that, whatever that. So I don't. Again, nobody's talked to me about this, but I'm sure you guys looked at it. The facility group, I'm sure, looked at it, but you always push deeper into those woods, I would think.
Well, do we know, do we know off the top of our head when the Binger Woods conservation thing starts? Maybe there's some room there to put.
I have the field card up on my screen right now. I'm looking at the field map. I could see that the Dwight property goes far back. It looks like another easement that runs out to Congress Street. Again, I'm sure the group looked at this because I'm not
Yes.
the only one that has access to maps.
Three.
All right, well.
Yeah, but yeah, anyway.
Yeah, of course.
Anthony, can I just clarify your $8.8 million estimate for that project that you have in the
Yep.
waterfall? Because in the notes, it says year two, building reno. So what was this building reno? Because is this the building that we're demoing? That you thought maybe it could be renovated for something?
I think I'd have to defer to Eli on any of the notes that might be in the waterfall chart. I give like a full number, they spread it out, and
Okay.
yeah, I mean, there's currently a dilapidated building on there that would have to be demoed. I don't believe they're saving that building.
Right, okay, I'm just saying, it just sounds like there was more than just the fields in the notes here, but if that wasn't put in, then we can ask Eli.
Yeah, I believe the build that number assumed that the building would be renovated to some sort of I don't want to say field house, but some sort of facility for the sports complex. But that since has changed.
Okay, so in that 8.8, there's an assumption that a building is going to be renovated and used for something that's no longer there, so I don't know if you guys went into that much thought, but that 8.8 is maybe inflated by a building that won't go on. It's only going to cost what it.
Is that the case, or is it that the note is just not been updated?
I think the note just hasn't been updated. I have the master plan concept in front of me, and there's no building on this.
So you're saying your 8.8 million was for the fields?
Just the fields.
It's for the fields, the park. Yeah,
Okay.
Those are for turf fields.
correct. Yep.
Is it much more expensive for turf or to do just grass? What's more expensive?
Much more.
Oh, turf is more expensive. Yeah.
Okay, so that's another thing, right?
But you save in the maintenance, the annual maintenance that you're going to put into those fields. So
Over the
in
long
run, yeah.
Mr. Charlton, if I can offer, the Svigal's working group plan for the scenario of giant steps has a demolition number for that building of $283,100.
And plus the number above, which was the.
Hazardous
Well,
waste.
So I think you got to add those two together.
Fair enough, and that number is $240,000.
5 minutes.
Any other questions on the fields? Fields going once, going twice. Okay, no more questions on the field. Okay.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Anthony.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
I hope we didn't ruin your night.
No, but I'm leaving now. I'm jumping off. So don't text me. Have a good night, everybody.
Good
Good
night.
night. So the next two questions were, I don't know which order we want to take these in, but one was on the cost estimate for Jennings and the waterfall. Obviously, we had the Svigal report. That was not aligned with what was in the waterfall because that didn't include bringing Jennings up to the specs that the board thought was appropriate. But we didn't have, we were looking for some understanding of what that was. And the reason we're asking about Jennings is that, again, we're not just talking about Dwight, we're talking about a longer term ECC plan of which Jennings, as it's been proposed, is part 2. So we're trying to understand the whole equation because obviously going forward with Dwight with 5 classrooms sort of obligates you to 5 elsewhere. So that's why we're asking about Jennings. So can you talk to us about the basis, how the cost estimate was developed for Jennings and what your level of confidence in that cost estimate is?
So the cost estimate for Jennings, we took the Svigal's report as our baseline. We took the 10 years facilities plan for the district, identified the deficiencies for Jennings as it stands today. We used the Dwight at spec as our roadmap for square footage and identifying what would be needed there to make it meet the district's, what the district was looking for the deficiencies. Using that, we actually got from Svigal's what their square footage numbers are based on their reports. And we use those numbers to calculate out the costs to do the deficiencies at Jennings and added them to the baseline of the of the Jennings project that Sweethouse had already offered.
So just, and I'm gonna let Mr. Walsh ask a question, but basically Spigal's had 38. And so you're saying for 12 million more, we would,
Identified. yes,
we would
identified
basically
the-
transform the building to align with
Yeah, Sweethouse number did carry some of the
the standard reno.
standard reno, so that's why it might, looking at it, made it seem like a smaller number. We were looking at more of the missing square foot.
Okay. And that's what you said in your email. I just wanted to make sure, since we don't have that, it's on the record.
Real quickly on that point, I thought we heard last night that the existing building wouldn't support a second floor. And if we do this addition for the ECC, really, where are you putting that additional square footage unless you're going up? And that to me sounds like a lot more money.
So going up on the existing was not, as they said yesterday, was not recommended. We had designed for that.
Right.
However, putting an addition on that building gives us that opportunity to go on the second floor of that new standing structure.
Okay.
And it also gives us the opportunity, some of the deficient spaces are smaller in size, so there's areas we could bump out around the building to make up those square footage. It wouldn't just be a block dropped on the building. It could be a small square here, a small square there. Again, that would get into the design aspect of the building, identify those locations.
So the new addition would be the two
Would be able to
stories.
support.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Curley, Mr. Walsh.
So. Yeah, this is the question I need to answer. This whole standard renovation versus now this, what would you call this? Give me a term that you want to use, expanded renovation? I mean, tell me what you wanted to call this. I want to be able to use your terms.
Standard renovation, as familiar, as you're familiar with, what we've done at other buildings, we've cleaned up inside.
Familiar with that.
You're familiar with that
Pretty
one.
well.
So renovation, so the other term, and it's used by the state as well, is renovation and renovate and renovation and would be the difference when you're adding the square footage to make up for the deficiencies.
Okay, so why, if these are like the last two schools, right? You have to go through. Why does Jennings get this renovation plus addition? But yet all the other schools were stuck with standard? Because then you know what's gonna happen. Every other school, you're gonna come through a sort of home round saying, I want an addition there now. Because now Jennings will be the gold standard.
So I think we're getting confused with the terminology.
Okay.
You had just said that.
That's what I want. I just want proper terminology.
We have a new facility. We had the new working group, the gals who we've never worked with before, and they brought their own terms to the table. But the Mill Hill project, the Holland Hill project, by state standard, when we went for that state reimbursement, was a renovation and addition. Jennings would be a renovation and addition. We're not gonna turn around and put gold plated faucets in the bathroom at Jennings. We don't have it.
What about a steam room?
Very much. As a matter of fact,
They've been waiting so long.
to your point about the level, since I've taken this position, we've started compiling a book of standards for, we just did the Ludlow High School bathrooms. So now we have flushometers, sink faucets, all that is in this book. And here's the spec that we use for the district. We've been pushing very hard to standardize things. It's a lot easier for us on a maintenance side to buy 4 cases of flushometers that we can use in every building. Right now, we have about 14 different types of toilets and fixtures. So I can't go buy bulk on something and stock it for when we need it. We have to go get it when we need it. So we are working very hard to standardize stuff as we replace because of maintenance on them. And when we do a building project like Dwight, we want to standardize what we're using for.
Okay, but I'm not talking about flushometers. Let's talk about classroom sizes.
Yep.
Okay.
So classroom sizes are set by the
Classroom
state.
sizes at this new Jennings.
Yep.
They'll be the same as they were when you did the Stratfield renovation. Those classrooms will be the exact same size.
I'd have to go back and look at what Stratfield was. We used the state recommended square footage for the Jennings project. I don't know what the recommendation was when Stratfield was done. When the state changes, we go to the state standard. So we may, yes, we may be gaining a couple square feet on a basic classroom based on the state doing their investigation and determining that a classroom X number of square feet bigger, more suited for a big second grade, third through fifth, different size. There, state comes out and says, this is what we recommend for classroom.
It's starting to smell to me like you're gonna go above. We're gonna need elevators in that building now. We're gonna need all sorts of things in that building now, going above. This is gonna be another $75 million. So the question is like, because we're already building a new school. Should we just build it bigger up at Burr? Just build it bigger.
In Dwight?
Dwight, build it bigger, have the Board of Ed properly redistrict.
I mean, is that a question for the superintendent?
Answer the questions for the three gentlemen in front of us.
Okay.
So just to add to what Angela's saying, the other terminology is a renovate as new, and that's what was introduced with Svigals, and that's basically using the shell of the building.
Okay.
And everything else being touched.
Okay.
Which Fairfield has not historically done.
Okay. So we do renovate as new. The classroom sizes won't meet the state level because we're gonna be using the current size classrooms. That, I'm just asking questions. I don't know.
You're not gonna alter all the classroom sizes, correct?
Some of the classroom sizes in that scenario 1D, there were interior walls
Correct.
moved, so there were some space changes, but that we weren't able to, in that design, fix all the classrooms to the current state standard.
Okay,
We're talking about Jennings.
but
Are we talking about Jennings?
We're
or
talking about
Dwight?
making Dwight bigger is what is.
Yeah, no, we're talking about, yeah. Okay.
I'm talking about making Dwight bigger as a new school.
Right.
I guess that's what I was.
Yeah, that's why I got confused.
Just put some space up there and make Dwight small, and like we just use the current footprint, exactly what's there, maybe making the wall bigger. So you have bigger classrooms, moving the walls, having less students there. And then you guys properly redistrict.
Students at Dwight.
Because this way we wouldn't have to do like a whole addition above, like, now you're talking about going up. I mean, this whole thing's like getting out of control.
I understand that, but I mean, I think we do have to focus in on what we have discussed so far. I don't think, I feel very uncomfortable making decisions like that at this table without a more fulsome discussion. I mean, you say like redistricting, that is a very difficult endeavor for the board to undertake. And we have tried that, for state sponsor purposes, but also to balance enrollment around the district is very difficult to do. And I feel very uncomfortable staying at this table. We can absolutely move our kids up to Dwight. We don't know what bus routes are going to look like. We don't know how far. Like there are so many questions that just kind of freestyling a larger Dwight at this point. It's not something that we haven't anticipated or investigated at all.
Yeah, on that point, I brought it up last night, but we did as a board give a charge to that capital planning group and said, these are the scenarios we want you to look at.
Not exactly.
Well, we did, and I made quite a big point of it during that meeting that we were rushing into something, and if we wanted to be more specific, we should give time, but we didn't. I have it right here. We have specific requests that we asked for them, and the purpose was so that we didn't get to today and for people to come up with like alternate scenarios like this.
Just to clarify that, I know this board asked questions and we were looking for how the alternatives had been evaluated. The scope of the RFP was not driven by this board ever. It was driven by the working group. I know it was presented to the RTM.
Sure.
But I'm just saying, when we approved it, we approved $1 million, and I think it was very loose. We did not approve the charge that was given to the consultants. So I just want to be clear about that.
Well, but we did.
I understand your frustration that we're not, it's
We-
it's a little late in the game to be bringing up new scenarios,
We did
but
say specific things to look at, and we did have quite a long discussion there about maybe we need to be more specific on this loose charge. And the reason specificity would have been called for is because here we are literally coming up with new ideas a month away from when we need to get an application in the state to get the state reimbursement. I mean,
I'm not disputing your first, I understand your frustration. I want to be clear. This board, it's like you said, we went ahead and we approved the $1 million so that we could enable the town to move forward. But the development of the charge was in the hands of the working group and the first selectman. It did not come from us. It may have been informed in part by some of the questions we asked, but we did not approve the scope of the RFP. So I just want to be clear on that.
We really haven't really had this report, to be quite honest with you, for all that long. I thought that we were gonna have this report, have some time for the entire community to discuss it, maybe even meet with the Board of Ed on it. But they seem to have locked on a scenario that they want to go. And now we're being directed to save $340,000. I think that's the total amount, the extra amount for this 50. We talk about this 15% like it's millions of dollars. It's really not even that much money, to be honest with you.
It's 15 million. It's $15 million.
This report just,
When I look at the back,
That's for the CLC.
no, if I look back here on concept 1F, and there's a saying, additional 15% CLC reimbursement.
that's just for.
That's just for the-
Just for,
That's just for the CLC?
Yes.
Only that square footage for that program,
for that program.
in that case.
Okay, so where's the other 15% on the whole school? Is that 32.5?
No, the column immediately to the left. Base
14,819,547. Total reimbursement.
14.1.
It's 32.5%.
So I think the relevant, not the only relevant, but one thing to look at would be, and I think Mr. Myers pointed this out last night, compare 1E and 1F. You can see the differential in the reimbursement there is $10 million. So that changes the delta between the cost of those two options, $3 million more by adding the 5 classrooms, because ultimately the additional cost of the reimbursement offsets the lion's share of the cost of the expansion for the ECC.
The one scenario that we talked about last night, we haven't covered it yet, but Jim, you had thrown out the idea, like, why not just put 10 classrooms up at Dwight instead of 5? There was some discussion about geography and the pros and cons of that, but we didn't have you here to talk to that point. Could you give us your thoughts on whether 10 classrooms at Dwight instead of 5 would be a pro, a con? What are the pluses and
I
minuses?
think the overall feeling that it would be a con, simply because of the geographic location.
We wouldn't utilize 10 ACC classrooms.
Well, I mean, we would have to utilize, it. I just don't know what that would look like, putting little ones on a bus from the other side of town. We couldn't direct everybody from one side of town exclusively to Ward.
having it at Jennings too means that you have an ECC in the part of town where we know there's more people moving, right?
More what?
There's more people moving.
Population density is higher
Yeah.
in areas
They're
served
developing.
by Jennings and the Ward facility, yes.
I don't understand, Shane, can you?
So like there's expectation that you're gonna have more density over in that part of town. There's more density now and there's expectation that it will be.
What part of Jennings?
The east side, where Jennings.
Closer to Jennings.
Jennings School.
So like, if that's the expectation, you're gonna have 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds going on 30-minute bus rides across town. That doesn't make sense to me.
And this is half-day programming?
Well, there's some full-day programming as well.
Okay.
The other thing is that and Mr. Peterson was talking about this last night. I'm gonna mess it up, but I think you're getting some swing space from Stratfield, McKinley, like.
Well, it is, getting out of Stratfield gives us some flexibility where we have overcrowding.
But then, okay, theoretically, you could swing it to Dwight. It's just, again, the geography there.
Well, if Dwight's the project that's completed first, that's where those Stratfield, we would then look to assign students, parents register children not based on feeder patterns for preschool, but based on availability. So we would try to disperse based on that in the short term until Jennings became online. And then we can geographically look better based on where those folks live. Because we do have Holland Hill that's online for 2 classrooms currently as well for preschool last year, and this is our 2nd year at Holland Hill.
But does not have room to expand it.
There's no expansion, and, ideally, we'd like to, use those classrooms for K-5 again.
So I don't know if I interrupted and redirected you, what you were trying to say from originally, but is it that's it on why 5 versus 10 is better?
Yeah, I mean.
5 versus.
Correct. Is a remote part of town.
But I also
Look at access from the rest of, again, as you mentioned, the more densely populated areas. I mean, currently we have 6 students that are in our ECC that would be districted to Dwight. 8, I believe, is the number currently enrolled that's districted to go to Burr. So there's higher numbers for the other schools.
Are you saying that there's only 6 students that would be?
Currently, I mean, it is only September, early October. So it's rolling enrollment.
We have 5 classes, we're gonna build 5 classes.
Well, there's others,
One per classroom?
there's other parts of town.
What you're saying is that there are 6 kids that who, if they grew up at age 5, would go into White.
Right. But then
That are
there's
currently
8 that are
at
at Burr, there's other kids from Mill Hill, so we would be able to,
But people have a choice here, right? They don't have to come to this thing.
it's not mandatory.
I mean, if it takes 40 minutes or 30 minutes, and that's where you're assigned, you think, I'm out and out, I'm gonna go into a private program.
I don't have to go to school at all until,
Right?
correct.
So
They don't. I mean, preschool's not mandatory.
You can't guarantee me, if I build you 5 classrooms, that they will come.
I think there'll probably be a need there for at the cost of going to a private place versus this. I would be surprised if you didn't fill up, but just speculate.
I do.
Let's just, hang on, can we, I'm just gonna ask, let Mr. Testani answer the question. Let's just have one at a time. Can
They
you?
do pay and parents pay. Yes.
Every parent pays?
Well, it's a sliding scale.
Okay.
The program is not just for special ed preschool.
Yeah.
It's for special ed and typical peers as well. So having an ECC up at Dwight, up in Greenfield Hill, we may get more enrollments from people who, currently might be interested in the program, but don't want to drag their kids down to Stratfield or Ward or Holland Hill.
Well, you could get it where there's only 6 people naturally going there, and you're telling there's not enough room down in, Stratfield area. And you guys come up with some system, I don't know if you're gonna spin the wheel. Sorry, you're on Stratfield Road, but you're gonna have to go up to Dwight. They might opt out.
There's always a possibility. I think if we would have to be strategic in making more full-day programming there, which is much more desirable for parents.
Is it more expensive?
Yes. But it's still cheaper than a private.
The ECC is an incredible deal.
It's a great deal.
There's no question about that.
Mr. Chair?
We used to have a preschool at Dwight. How was it? I mean, my son went there, so I thought it was pretty popular, actually.
It was part of the racial balance program, to try to draw kids to another part of town and offer them the ability to enroll there once they reach kindergarten age. Obviously,
People loved.
but it was not successful in achieving its aim in terms of offsetting the racial balance issue.
But what I'm saying is when you're saying that there's not people that are gonna come to these classrooms, we had it there and it was very popular. I'm just saying, you're saying, there's an argument that we're gonna have 6 kids, 1 kid per classroom. I
Yeah,
don't agree with that.
And that's just kids who need the program for the special ed aspect of it. But yeah,
No, but they had the
having,
regular preschool that my son went to have the mix.
correct.
And it was very popular. It was actually hard to get into.
How many sections were
There
there?
was 2, I believe.
2 sections.
Yeah.
Okay, and
That was
so
the-
I'm just saying,
No, it was a preschool and there were certain kids that had, needed different type of facilities or services. but there was also kids that came from across town that brought diversity, that then could opt to stay in the Dwight program, that then went to school, which was wonderful because you had, you know, some diversity at Dwight that you don't currently have. It was a great program.
We had preschools at Burr and at Dwight, typical.
Extremely successful.
Typical preschools and the ECC. Both Burr and Dwight not have any problems with enrollment. Burr was successful, as Mr. Peterson said, these preschools were first put into effect to help with the racial imbalance as a voluntary opt-out. The plan was if kids went to preschool, they would be more likely to opt in and go to elementary school at Burr and at Dwight. It worked at Burr. A significant number of students stayed at Burr for elementary school. With Dwight, there were less children that stayed, and it ended up not moving forward. It was a tough budget year, and
Part of the reason the kids left though was because there was a concern about mold in the building. So that goes to the need to build.
but I just, in terms of
No, there was a lot of people there. It was very hard to get into. But I know people left because of mold.
Schools were enrolled, and in terms of children, there might be only 6 children that are currently enrolled in the ECC now, but a good part of the population are going to be children that the school district is required to provide services, that they're on an IEP. And while there might be at 6, when you think about all of the districts on the west side of Black Rock Turnpike, I think that the numbers are going to support a population at Dwight Elementary School.
Okay, I think the concern was, or just to sort of sum it up, so back in the day, there were 2 sections there.
Yes.
So now we're talking about building 5 sections. What Mr. Walsh suggested was, should we build 10 sections? And I think Mr. Testani said, I don't think that's gonna work. 10 sections of, we're, you know,
I
there's.
don't think it's our place to design it.
And frankly, I guess the question is, are you confident that we will fill 5 sections at Dwight? Will we utilize that space if we went forward with this? I mean, I don't think, and just to be perfectly clear for me, I don't think there's anyone here, I don't want to speak for everyone, that doesn't understand the need for Dwight to be rebuilt.
Yeah.
I think the concern has been that the long-term ECC plan has kind of been unclear, at least to us. And even when we listened to the Board of Ed, there's been people advocating for all different kinds of things over the years. And so what we're talking about now is a plan that incorporates into Dwight, phase 1, I'll call it, of a longer-term ECC plan, which is going to depend on now having to do Jennings. And so I think people are just trying to get some clarity.
Or a different location.
Right. Jennings is what's on the table. It's what's in your waterfall or whatever. But I think Mr. Walsh's point was, you know, before we do this, and knowing that we're now going to have to build additional classrooms at a Jennings, and there's some unknown costs associated with that, because sorry, I'm not.
And reimbursement.
Yeah, I'm not trusting the $49 million estimate. I don't know if that's even close at this point. I get how you got it. But, you know, I think that's where the question and the concern was, and there was just a desire to have a dialogue about that. So.
I mean, part of it, Stani was trying to give you that as soon as possible, trying to give you it as fast as possible. You're 15 classroom, but you guys clearly don't want that fast. You clearly are making a decision when you do this that you don't want some of these till 2031.
I think we want it to be done right.
And I want it to be done right. So, Mr. Session, you weren't here when I asked this question. I kind of asked it to Mr. Peterson, and he really couldn't answer it. Said he had to really go back to his board about it. But if we weren't trying to do a brand new school up at Dwight, would that be the best place to locate this CLC?
I mean, ECC?
ECC, excuse me, the ECC, because I think it's just obviously an opportunity because we're having to do something there. First of all, 1, and number 2, I think it's a lot easier to try to sell it to us because of this 15%, right? Because then now we're under the gun. We got to basically have a gun at our heads to decide something in the next
10 minutes.
Yeah. 2 hours.
No, not 2 hours, 10 minutes.
1 hour, so
So,
you turn it to a
and so,
podcast.
and you know what, it's been on my mind, and if you want me to ask the second part, I can answer globally.
Let's see.
When I listened to the presentation last night, we went through the Giant Steps program and I see it cost $20 million. To me, it still seems like, the more I thought about it today, it still seems like a better spot, more centrally located. So it's like an east kind of area and a west kind of area. Without having to go up into the hinterlands of our town up where that is. And how do you, I mean, the board, you can't talk for your board because you guys made your decision and you're only one person. But I don't see why putting 10 classrooms at the Giant Steps is the worst idea on the planet. Seems like on busing and all sorts of stuff, it's a lot easier to get to those areas. And it's more of an east-west kind of thing versus, whatever. But, I'd be interested, if you don't have an opinion, I appreciate that and I'll accept it, but.
It's a good location. I mean, I think there are challenges, as we've heard, even prior with fields, with how the neighbors are going to react and, building access road. And I think that all has to be considered. What we do need, and we would benefit from having some ECC space as part of the Dwight project. I think Mrs. Ruggiero just clearly that.
I agree with you. And I want the 15%. So I think my idea would be to do 2 classrooms up there. This way we get the 15% on the whole thing. Then have a broader discussion as a community on what we would do.
Was that contemplated at all by the working group as something to look at? Having 2, I'm just curious. I'm not suggesting we, upset the apple cart here, but it just semi-logical, right? There's 2 sections of every other grade. If you had 2 preschool classrooms, you got the 15% on the whole shebang, and then you did something like Giant Steps. Was that ever contemplated or?
And the short answer is no,
No, okay.
because it was not contemplated in the ed specs, which we provided, which guided the work. Just to reiterate, the model that the Board of Ed has preferred after years of discussion, and I understand that we have been all over the place with this because we've been trying to come up with the best solution possible. It's the 3-site, 5-section per site model. That's what's anticipated in our long-term capital plan. That's why we put it in the ed specs for Dwight.
Yep.
And to address something that Mr. Walsh just said, I am the chair of that board. I can speak for the board, our consensus body, and our consensus was to go ahead with Dwight +5.
No, I think it's speak. I'm sorry. You can't give your personal opinion. You have to give the board's opinion.
I am up here representing the board. I'm always here.
No, I understand that. That's why I was asking Mr. Testati, because I heard your opinion for the board last night. So I appreciate that. I understand that you could only talk about the consensus.
I mean, this 3-site, 5-section per site has been, that's been the focus of our discussion. That's the current operational focus of the district. That was something driven by Mr. Testani in trying to find the best way forward. To go with a system where we're doing 2 classrooms at each elementary school, for example, is something that has come up in discussion before, but has not been a consensus choice by our board.
No, I wasn't even asking about that. I just wondered if that was ever something you considered at Dwight in combination with like a Giant Steps or something.
I mean, it certainly is. I'm sure we talked about it at some point, like how many ECC classrooms do we need in order to get that extra 15%? And there's no minimum number. It's just, but we would also have to keep in mind, state law requires us to maintain that type of programming in that space for 10 years if it's added to a current structure. And if it's a standalone structure, we would have to maintain that type of programming for 20 years in that new structure.
Right.
So we would be locking ourselves into that model, which, honestly, this is the model that our board prefers.
We're locking ourselves in either way. Once we start spending this money, we're locking
Clearly.
ourselves in for 20 years.
And I'm sympathetic to that, yes.
Let me just ask a follow-up on that. So if we were to building it with 5 ECC rooms, we have to stay with that for 10 years? Would we be better off declaring that we're going to do 2 And because we're still gonna get the 15% so that we don't lock ourselves down in case we can't fill them. And we have 3 classrooms that could potentially be used for ECC or to balance the load from other like Mill Hill or Riverfield. Like, wouldn't that be giving us more flexibility? Still getting our 15%. Why do we want to lock ourselves into something?
Now you're talking about building capacity though at Dwight that is not supported by the
By
enrollment.
the projections, that's the problem, because once they look at the enrollment projections, they're not going to approve a building that is that.
I think if you went that way with 2 ECC classrooms, you would end up with a smaller building at
They
Dwight.
won't reimburse you then. on
Dwight
all
plus
that.
2, and then you would need 8 classrooms elsewhere. And that's why I was just, yeah.
Thank
But
you.
if we did 2 at Dwight and we did 10 at Giant Steps, then you could move the 2 Holland Hill class, because now you'd have flexibility, right? You'd have 15.
Oh, we can move 2 from Holland Hill, we can move 2 from Stratfield, you can move, I mean, you have flexible, you could open up 2 new classrooms if needed. I mean, at some point, universal preschool, and we've talked about this during the budget, it's trains coming down the tracks really quickly.
Universal what?
Preschool.
Can I just,
The governor's committed to that, and you know, he's put seed money into that, and I think that's gonna be.
Well, that's why the 15% is
Right.
being pushed right now.
Can I, I'm sorry, the first look.
I think it's important when we're talking about these early childhood spaces, especially since, you know, part of it is to serve children with disabilities, that there's also ancillary spaces for speech and language, OTPT. And for years of serving on the Board of Ed, just in terms of the educational model and hearing from our educators, having team of educators together is important, which was why they really don't want 2 classrooms. They kind of, settled for the 5, at least is the conversations when serving on the board, why these clusters of 5 seem like a good model for
I
just.
keep talking about it as critical mass, which I think is the way I think about it.
And I will just say, and I tried, I couldn't get there because I don't think we have all the information. And you all heard me complain about 5 times yesterday that we don't have real cost analyses that compare the cost of the full different solutions. I tried to do it myself, I couldn't. But one thing I was able to figure out, I think, is that new Dwight only plus 10-section ECC at Giant Steps, I believe is the most expensive option.
Yeah.
Because you lose the extra reimbursement at Dwight, and then you have this $24 million cost. So if that's clearly the most expensive option. And so if you need a critical mass, and it wouldn't make fields, and you wouldn't.
We spend so much time talking about fields.
Yeah, no. And I mean, if 2 is not, if 2 at Dwight made any sense, then that would be a different story. I think that would change the economics of all of this, but that doesn't sound like it aligns with.
I mean, that
what
was.
makes sense in terms of.
For the current board and superintendent, but past discussions.
I mean, I think the current alignment of facts on the ground in terms of reimbursement strongly suggests that the most efficient place to put 5 classrooms of ECC is up at Dwight at this point.
Yeah.
And it coordinates with what the Board of Ed's approved standard of educational, is for this group.
Yes.
Just to elaborate on the point that you were just making, looking at the final page of the deck that was provided to us. We asked in front of us is concept 1F, and after the reimbursement, it's 60.7 million. I agree with your point, Madam Chair, that if you were to go with Dwight only and the Giant Steps for 10.
It's $100 million.
Yeah, it's much more expensive. The only way you possibly make that close is if you forego the new building at Dwight and go with the like new, which is concept 1B, like new plus addition. That's 41 million plus the 24, that's 65. Now you would, if you did put 2 schools there, the price would go up, but you get the 15% back, but you're already getting 27%. So you really reduce that by another probably 5 million. So that still brings you back to 60. So it's the same result. I think what we have in front of us right now for concept 1F, net is the most efficient economically for the town to consider. It's also in line with what the board is asking for in terms of 555. To me, as we've talked this through, I love the fact that we can talk this through and really make sure we make a thorough decision, but I'm very comfortable with what's in front of us right now.
If it all works. I'll tell you, we go with this thing, we spent $74 million.
76.
76. Yeah.
$76 million. And population goes down up there, regular, the K-5. And we're not filling up these ECC classrooms. This is gonna be a financial nightmare, and no one will have faith in the board. I mean, I'm just telling you. And that's gonna be leading into Jennings, right?
It will impact the Jennings.
It'll absolutely impact no faith.
Yeah.
So, God forbid that happens. It's numbers are
Well, we're
astronomical.
gonna have to make a decision about Jennings for.
To me, Craig, I'll just tell you, that's so far in advance now, 2031. They don't even know really where we're gonna go, what we're gonna do. That whole analysis is basically a new analysis in 2029.
Well, and frankly, we've talked about it for the last couple of years. A project that was $6 million a few years ago becomes 12 or 18. So what could be a $50 million Jennings project could be $100 million. I don't want to go there, but
Is there a reason why it's still the 2028 estimate when it's not coming on board until 2031? Is that mid-evaluation, that estimate increase as part of the below the direct costs and lines? Really matters. That's so far off, I don't even know. If you have an escalation to midpoint March 28, why would you do a midpoint to March 28 when you know this is not coming online till March 30?
I see what you're saying. I would have to go back to Speak House and ask that question.
That'd be 3 more years.
That could be a typo for all, I know. But I understand your points.
Okay, and then, maybe I missed this yesterday, but in the very last page of the analysis, why is there for concept 1E, second to last column, why is there a number for the additional 15% CLC reimbursement when we're not having a CLC up there?
We are. The intent is to move the 2 classrooms from Mill Hill back to Dwight.
Okay.
CLC is not preschool.
Yep. Okay. And then when we're adding the Jennings School in the same column, there's no CLC there, right? So that's why we're not having it for any other project?
It already exists there.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's it.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions?
I could ask questions.
Yeah, we know.
I'm never gonna get the answer. Nobody has the answers, so. Okay. Can I just globally, how are other communities handling this?
Handling what?
ECC, right? They're doing the same thing, right? They're having to get all these ECCs everywhere, at all their middle school, at all their elementary schools. How are they handling it? Are they building centers where they're having 15 to 20 something classrooms for this?
Varies by district.
But every single community is doing ECCs, some version of it.
Everybody's trying to add preschool space. That's a push
They're doing
now.
exactly what we're doing. They have classroom space for it, for their students right now. Well, every community has that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And then some have more community-based sites to fill in the blanks as well. So for example, a Bridgeport, a Hartford, or New Haven has preschool sites, many of which are tied to existing elementary schools. And then there's a lot of community-based sites that fill in the blanks for instance.
Mr. Meyer.
The operation of these are, you said you charge tuition for them? They're,
Minimum.
and are they teachers? Are they employees? So.
They're residents of Fairfield.
No, I mean the instructors.
Oh, they could be. I don't know the
People
makeup.
that aren't hired right now. You have to hire for these?
No. Right. When Dwight becomes online,
Yeah.
plan is to move the Stratfield classes.
So I thought we were adding classrooms, so we're not. You're just moving them from one place to the other.
Currently have 12 sections.
Right.
Of ECC around town. We're building in some overhead because this has been a rapidly expanding program. So if we open 5 sections, have space for 5 sections at Dwight, we can close the 5 sections at Stratfield is what Mike is saying.
Or if there's
Possibly.
expansion in population, then.
Right.
Correct, yeah.
Right. We may not close all 5. We may close 2. We may come out of Holland Hill and leave 5 at Stratfield.
Option.
They have options. It'll give us,
With this ultimate goal of the kind of 3 by 5.
I think that's going to be a broader discussion prior to the opening of the building amongst the board.
And go ahead, Jim.
So these 15 classrooms, is that all you're gonna need for the foreseeable future?
What do you mean by foreseeable future? The next 10 years?
Yeah.
Possibly. Do I think we're gonna need more beyond? It all depends how the population of the town looks like. I mean, if you keep getting more and more of these apartment complexes, maybe we won't see as much of an increase. We're not seeing a lot of families in those developments. If they start building more housing for family type housing, yeah, there could be a need for more preschool class. As we shift and hopefully provide more full day options, because I think that's what parents want is the full day options. We'll need more classroom space because, with a one classroom for morning and afternoon, you could service two groups of students, 2 cohorts, where you can't do that for a full day option. But that's why I think as we move to more full day options, you're going to see the demand within these new classrooms be much higher than we currently see.
So you could need more classrooms, you see.
We could, correct.
You're doing.
Maybe by that, if we have an idea at Jennings, we need more, then we'll.
Right?
Again, going back to the facts on the ground now, we're not in a position to ask you for a 20 section program.
Correct.
Right, so we are trying to build in some overhead so that we can grow into it. But we can only deal with the facts that we have right now.
There you go.
Any other questions? Is the board ready to vote?
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor then of approving the resolution and make sure bond issuance set forth in item 9 of the agenda. Please raise your hand. Oh, geez.
You got the vote, so you want public comment still? Sorry, forgot.
All right. In favor? Okay, opposed? Abstained? Okay. The motion passes 7-0-1.
On behalf of the Board of Education, thank you all very much.
Do you want the public?
Thank you guys.
Sorry about that, public.
Questions?
Thank you.
Discussion.
Thank you. Taxpayers, some people
All right.
not asking questions.
I asked a question.
This thing, you shouldn't even
Yes.
come to the meeting.
I did support
You
it.
shouldn't
I
even
never said that.
even come.
All right. Okay, and
You're
I'm
proxy.
more of a third.
just let me, I do apologize. I know there was nobody on screen. I do apologize for those who came to make public comment. I hope I didn't waste your evening, but thank you for coming.
We achieved our goals. So thank you.
Sorry, there's gonna be more.
Okay.
I will-
I don't know
who was the one.
How was that vote? You said 7-0-1?
7-0-1.
Resigning.
Abstain.
Kevin,
So moving at to 9?
They're asking for help.
Jim abstained.
Who did?
Jim Walsh.
Oh, so Kevin's not, I get Kevin.
Kevin's not here. Simon's in Prague, so it's 4:30 in the morning and he wasn't gonna join us, so.
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
Love when it is.
if I could just ask everyone to get the mic in the room, the public is not gonna hear it, so we're gonna move on to item 10. To hear, consider, and act upon a request from the chief fiscal officer to transfer. Sorry?
It was Mike Collins.
Okay. To hear, consider, and act upon a request from the chief fiscal officer to transfer various fiscal year 26 budgeted expenses between departments. Set forth in Exhibit 1. I have motion to hear this item. Ms. Ruggiero, seconded by Mr. Mottola. The backup for this item is posted online on page 219. Let's see. So this is, Mr. Harris, are you going to take us through this?
Yes, this is to include the costs associated with risk management in this. When we did the budget, the 2026 budget, we created a risk management function that was included in capital projects.
Yep.
The operating costs were left in the HR department. So we've created a risk management department. We're transferring the personnel costs and the expenses to that department.
Okay, so in other words, you had the costs associated with risk management in two different departments. Was that just an error?
No, sorry, we did the budget.
Okay, so you're just wanting to combine them into one department.
We also have the,
Say that one more time, I'm not understanding.
when we did the budget, the risk management function was in HR.
Yeah.
So when we did the budget, a risk management position was created in operations in capital.
After the budget, after we voted.
During the budget.
During the budget. The expenses were left in the HR budget. So we're just moving the budget to the department where the personnel costs are.
Where are you moving it to?
Into a risk management department.
Moving the actual expenses to the department in which the budget currently sits.
Moving the budget into and the individual into the same department.
Yeah, we had we had risk management in two, we had the person in one department and the other expenses in another department, in the HR department. So you're trying to consolidate all the expenses into
I
one.
guess I'm asking, are we moving the actual expenses to be in line with the budget, or are we moving the budget to be in line with the actual expenses?
Moving the budget to be in line with the actual expenses. And we're doing likewise.
Manager or other risk management expenses?
All of the risk management expenses were in HR. So moving all of the other expenses into the department where the risk manager will be.
So that
Which is reporting to what group?
That will now report to the CFO.
So, historically, this role was reporting to our chief, our CO,
Right.
or chief, whatever.
In the budget. So historically, it was in HR, like years ago as a part-time position. It got eliminated and it was made a part-time duty of the assistant HR director. Right? So during the budget process, we decided it was proposed as a separate part-time role. This board decided that it should be a full-time role. So we funded a full-time role, but that role was funded in the operations group. The risk management expenses were left in HR. We currently don't have a COO. Since Mr. Becker's resignation. So right now, either way, even if we had a COO, I think what you're saying is it
Still would have to do
combine everything in one department, but that is currently reporting to Tom.
Just to reiterate though, when we had this conversation and we talked about it extensively with adding the full-time and everything else, we had said at that point, it was very unusual that the risk manager was not reporting to finance. Do you recall that?
There was yeah, I do.
And it was part of the dynasty of the COO at the time. Because
Decision
even
was-
after that.
The decision was made to have the decision was made to have a report to the COO.
Yes, which was a very bad decision. Now you're correcting it and making it right? Is that what you're saying to us?
Well, we're making.
Now it's going to report to the CFO, which is what we said from the beginning, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Want to make sure.
You're creating a new department. These are insurance accounts. So you're just moving the insurance to a department for risk management.
Correct.
Your last question.
Sure.
Who actually hired the risk manager? Who was the hiring person that interviewed them?
I believe it was the then, the COO, certainly, and I believe the first selectman was involved. I was not involved in the process.
So when were they hired? When was the person hired?
He was hired, I believe, in June. He came on board in August, I believe it was June.
Yeah, Ms. Vitale, do you want to give an update on this situation?
Our current risk manager, who I reported that we hired, has since resigned. He was hired in June. He was hired for a role that was Director of Risk Management and Preparedness, and there was also a Deputy Emergency Management Director, so there was an emergency management component to the position also. Starting in July.
August.
Early August. We had a conversation just in terms of the risk management functions that were sitting with HR, with Mr. Ritchie, who was doing them and had not been picked up. And with the reorg of Mr. Becker no longer being the emergency management director, felt that that component, the preparedness and emergency management side of the risk manager position as this individual was hired, was no longer needed in this role. Based on conversations that were had during the budget cycle and sitting in the meetings and hearing the need of, Board of Finance and speaking with police and fire about the emergency management piece. We had a discussion about the emergency management staying with police and fire. More of a risk manager role, taking still preparedness, looking holistically at our community to see where we can be better prepared to avoid risk, but also looking at OSHA and workers' comp and our insurance and all of those other cybersecurity risk management functions. So person that was hired to do a somewhat of a different job than what I'm envisioning right now. So he has tendered his resignation, and we will be posting, actually it might have been posted
today.
this afternoon for a new risk management function. I encourage you all to look at that posting just to see what we're looking for in a risk manager.
You handle all that.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't make the hiring on this individual. But when we had talked about making this a full-time role, it was primarily for a risk management role, not a deputy of emergency management. And then we hired somebody that didn't even have risk experience. Right?
I just want to be respectful of a personnel issue. I mean, this is.
We're not talking about.
I keep saying that, and I'm getting tired of that excuse. I gotta be honest with you. Right? No, it is, I said you didn't hire them, so I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. However, this was a very bad hire, and this brings me back to my point on why I want everything looked at that David Becker was touching. Because this was a hire that wasted taxpayers' money, that put us way behind in assessing risk for our town, which was a critical role that this board voted. It's a waste of money. Whatever the guy was hired for, he wasn't hired for the right job. He was hired with smoke and mirror to be a deputy emergency management with a pipe dream of a
I don't think that that's a fair assessment, that this job was posted on the town website. The job description was there. A decision was made in consultation with the first selectman and the administration. They interviewed a candidate that was highly qualified with a stellar reputation
probably for a deputy emergency management facility.
For looking holistically, the preparedness piece of looking at our community to make sure that we are prepared for emergencies. And
I've been told by a number of people that insurance stuff, he had no experience. He couldn't even assess the risk. No experience.
I don't want to debate a past hire. I'm just telling you right now.
This was a very bad hire, a waste of taxpayers' money. Any salary that was paid was waste.
Since this individual has started, he has taken on, he has basically taken on looking insurance claims that were not addressed while Mr. Richie was out. He has done that. He's done the vehicle inventory for us. Like, he has done work that needed to be done to better prepare us and assess our risk.
Okay, other than the news that we had a resignation at the last meeting that you shared with us when we were talking, this is the second best news I've gotten. Because this guy resigning did us a favor because he wasn't qualified for the job. He was given a title that he shouldn't have been holding, okay? And we now don't have to play unemployment for the guy or give him some kind of seal and deal where we're paying somebody that's not working for us, but he's getting a compensation. Like our chief of fire.
Time out, time out.
I don't think
It's not accurate. If he resigned, we don't pay him unemployment.
I just said that.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Guys.
You gotta stop with the accusations. You're almost labeling somebody you know nothing about.
It's a very.
I mean, I've gotten a ton of emails.
You've got, let's share the emails with all the board members then. That's what your duty is to do. You don't just make up crap.
Not making up crap.
Yes, you are.
We're being very unfair to.
Not at all.
Very unfair.
I agree.
You are
Wait,
being
shh,
unfair.
John,
Who has served.
First of all, you heard wrong. Pull a test that I said the right thing. So don't tell me that I said something I didn't say.
I'm just gonna
Okay.
say a couple
We're
things.
not gonna play.
Hang on, hey, everyone's, stop. Okay, first of all, Ms. Ruggiero, respectfully, do not come to the board and talk to us about all these emails you received
We
and
don't
put
have.
that into the record without sharing them. Because I'm a little bit sick of that too. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest. The board deserves, if there is a concern, it should be shared. Okay, because I could say I've received a bunch of
You've
emails.
never received a call about this, huh?
No, I have not.
It's
And if I-
amazing how
if
many
I-
emails you guys get.
Hang
We
on,
never
shh,
get them.
hang on. So I just want to put that out there. If any board member, and it's happened to me, if I get an email from someone with a concern, I've forwarded it to the town attorney, or I've done something, I've shared it with the board. If it doesn't come to this entire board, I think we have an obligation to inform, but we should not come to the board and make these announcements that we've got anonymous emails or taxpayers have said this and that. Share it with the board. We all deserve to know that, okay?
Everyone speaks about their
Okay, but again, if you're getting an email as a board member, share it with the board. I don't want to disparage an individual who, all I heard about this individual, and I met him once briefly, was that he was well thought of. And, it seems like there was a vision that our former first selectman had. And I think Bill Gerber was very involved in this hire. It was not simply David Becker, but in the scheme of risk management, emergency management, and preparedness is a component of that. Apparently, this individual thought that would be a bigger part of the job than it was. There was a mutual decision that it wasn't the right fit, and he moved on. That has nothing to do with the item before us, which is a cleanup exercise on the budget of moving two pieces of the budget that are in two different departments into one spot. So that's what we're voting on. Okay.
But you know what? You keep saying you're tired of stuff. I'm tired of every single risk that we brought up here being ignored. And honestly, you guys all team up and attack everybody when they try to raise an issue.
Or what issue?
Yes, you did. When we said that should report to the CFO. In what organization does the risk manager report to HR or a COO? We brought that up. We brought up the lack of qualifications. We brought up a lot of things. And every time it's a gang mentality with the two of you there.
No.
You're attacking to try to silence somebody, which I'm tired of too.
You've never been silenced on this board. You've
Okay.
never been silenced on this.
I'm not gonna allow myself to be silent.
No, you should.
Look at that.
You should.
That's what I get away with.
And you have never been silenced, ever. And I do recall vaguely the conversation, and I do vaguely recall that there was a question about where this individual would report. And I think it will differ in different organizations. And, the administration at the time made a decision that this was going to report to operations. Some of us didn't agree with that, but we did all agree that there was a need for the position. That's where it would.
That's what I remember.
He moved on. Okay, I don't want to relitigate it. He moved on. The voting item before us is to clean up the budget and put this together. So do we have questions on the item that's before us of combining the risk management personnel costs and the expenses into a budget? Because, frankly, I don't even know. I'm not even going to get into if this reporting structure is permanent or not. That's ultimately your call. But right now, regardless of who it reports to, we don't have a COO. So right now it reports to Tom. We're talking about combining it into a department.
And it's posted to be reporting to the CFO for the job posting that is on the website.
It's on the website.
For full transparency, that is the plan.
Yes.
Talked about it, think that it's, you know, spoke to our advisor, took feedback that I heard in public meetings, and that is the path forward right now.
Okay, and I just want to say, I appreciate you bringing this forward and asking for the transfer up front instead of doing it at the tail end. I think that's appropriate. And if this position reports to you, you should have, you know, the person who's in charge of this budget should own the whole budget. And so I think that's appropriate. Does anybody have any comments on the transfer?
I do.
Okay.
I'll just say, and I'm not gonna delve deep in it, but Tom, I'm expecting you to hire somebody who knows risk management. I'm gonna put you on that, and I will call you on that if the person doesn't have risk management. Because this board was very clear when we gave you those funds last year. We were very, very clear, because the previous person who's no longer with this, not the guy we're just talking about, but Mr. what's his name, Ritchie? Mr. Ritchie had zero experience. He learned on the job because he was put into that position because we got rid of our previous risk manager. Whatever happened with this guy, I've heard some of the same things that were brought up. I'm not going to relitigate them. We need a risk manager. We have somebody who's called a risk manager. They damn well better know risk management. When they come before us, they better know it. And when we ask them questions, they better be damn well ready to answer those questions. Or we're gonna call it, because I'm not spending, and I'm not having the taxpayer spend $120,000 on a risk management salary for someone who doesn't know risk management. Do I have your promise, when you hire somebody, they're reporting to you, that they will know and have experience in risk management?
The intent is to hire someone who is experienced and capable of doing the job.
Excellent. You're an honorable guy, Tom. I'm gonna take you for your word. I just wanted to hear it from your mouth.
Okay. Okay, any public comment on this? All in favor of approving the transfers referenced in item 10 of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous 8-0. Okay, so we're going to move to item 11. Here, consider an act upon the reappropriations of fiscal 25 account surpluses. Motion to hear this item. Mr. Curley, seconded Mr. Mottola. Okay, so the backup for this item begins on page 221. Again, this relates to fiscal 25, the year just ended. And we, I think I mentioned this at the last meeting. We did vote on some reappropriations at our last meeting that were time sensitive. I think I mentioned that we would likely have more. So this is one tonight. So let's see, page 221, and this is a police item. So that is why our chief and our deputy chief have been waiting patiently here. Thank you, guys.
Poor guys. But first time.
Okay. We saw the backup. You want to have any comments on it? Briefly summarize?
Just briefly, last year, in a nutshell, when the FCRD director was hired, I guess it was in his contract that he was supposed to have a car. So we were asked to give him a car. And a couple of months later, we asked for reimbursement for the vehicle and the upfits. So we have $64,000 and change surplus
Reimbursement from who?
from the FCRD budget.
Okay, gotcha.
Which budget is that?
What's
The
that?
FCRD budget?
The dispatch center,
Dispatch.
regional dispatch.
Yeah. So the two people having that conversation don't work here anymore. So we're giving this explanation to the best of our knowledge. But it was a vehicle that was given to the FCRD director. Instead of asking for the vehicle back, we let him keep the vehicle and we just asked for reimbursement. So that's what the full cost for.
But this is, I guess I'm confused. This is a reappropriation. So this would be, you had something budgeted in your budget that you didn't spend and you're asking to carry over the money, right?
Right. So when we got the reimbursement, that was surplus that was then in the capital line from last year.
But did we vote on a transfer from the FDR, from the dispatch center to your budget? I don't remember that part.
I don't think so.
So how do you have a surplus if we never voted on the transfer to get you the surplus from the dispatch center?
My understanding this was from an operating surplus.
The,
We still have to get it
from this surplus that we're looking at was deposited into our budget, into our capital outlay line.
So in other words, when you say deposited, what does that mean?
credited.
Correct.
We had $64,000 in there.
Put in
more
So
than-
there was a budget adjustment made to move money from the dispatch center to the police department.
There's a transfer that's made once a year between the,
Right. But if you're moving money between budgets, that happens based on a vote of this board.
Right.
So I don't think we had that vote. Unless I'm mistaken, is there a reason that the dispatch center and the police department work differently than that? I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think we're at step 2 and we step 1. Tom,
no, my understanding.
so was there a transfer in Munis made from the dispatch center to the police department already?
I believe there was one made earlier in the year.
By whom?
Um,
By the controller,
I
by?
think it was made by the controller. I mean, I can check, but there was a transfer made. And my understanding, this is just surplus from your operating budget. And I can check on the timing of the transfer, but there was a transfer made.
Okay.
That was my understanding as well.
Does anybody recall approving a transfer? I do not. Okay, and the reason I want to be careful with it is because when we do our financial statements in the audit, that transfer, if there was no approval for it, they're not gonna be able to book it.
Correct.
And so we're gonna be carrying forward something that doesn't exist. So I think we need to approve a transfer first. And I don't know if we have the information. I mean, I'd be happy, knowing that it was already done, I'd be happy to amend the agenda item, but I'm not sure we have all the information.
I think
to
we
do
need,
that.
we should check it.
So we would have to do that in November.
That's not a problem if we just this.
I don't think,
Okay.
no.
Mary, do you have a question?
Well, they're only asking for us to reappropriate, so it means they have a balance.
They don't have a balance before this they got the balance by transferring money from the dispatch center, but that transfer was never approved. That's the issue.
You know, was it just a correction that was to fix something?
Doesn't sound like it.
So I want to make sure I understand this. So do we know how much was transferred, whether it was approved or not is the separate question, but it wasn't 64,144. It was the 64,144 is what's left. But how much was transferred?
I believe that was
the
what was
number.
transferred.
Oh, so you would have been basically at 0 if this transfer didn't occur, but because it did, we're at 64. Okay, and then you just want to put it towards.
You want to buy the vehicle that was,
Well, what happened this year was, we planned our capital outlay for our vehicles based on Ford Explorers.
Yeah.
But because of the unreliability of the Explorers, we're switching to Tahoes, which are, number one, the vehicle itself is more expensive, but the outfits are more expensive. And at the same time as that, we're trying to finally replace our 4 motorcycles. So this budget year, in lieu of 2 of the cars that we're pivoting, and we're going to replace 2 of our 4 motorcycles this year, so that we stay budgeted for this year. But next year, we're going to be looking to replace 2 more as well.
so does this? I want to make sure I said this the right way. So is this over and above that you purchased 10 new cars already, right?
Yes. The part from the 2025.
Yes.
In 2025, you got 10 new vehicles. So would this make 11?
No, no, there was a electric vehicle from ARPA funding that was pushed into our fleet.
Wait, so you purchased 10, but then 1 ended up going to the dispatch
That's right.
center. So this makes you whole.
That's right.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but
So I don't think anyone has any objection for this answer, but we need to make sure we do it in the right order. So we got to get the confirmation that the transfer occurred, we have to vote on it, and then we can take care of this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Tom, something's funny because how did they? So it was purchased and it hit your budget. But it went over there. So now they're saying, okay, we're going to give you some of our excess budget and you want to carry that forward so you can replenish. I get it. I just don't,
I'll investigate.
unless and could very well be that I don't remember.
I don't remember it.
I do not remember transferring the money and typically we don't do those mid-year, so, okay. I suppose we do. I'd love to get this out of the way, but I think we need the exact accounts and department numbers and whatever to be able to do it. So I don't think we have the information to amend the items. So I think we would just defer that. Sorry, guys. This is 2 for 2 tonight.
They got one.
0 for 2.
0 for 2.
2 for 2.
No, they got the first one.
Yeah, the
They
fourth
got-
round.
They're,
Okay.
they got the first one.
Okay, so
They
you're 1
got 1 out of 3.
You know what? That's like Hall of Fame level batting average. So you're good. Okay.
Maybe do better than the Yankees.
I wouldn't know.
Yankees are winning.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Okay,
All
we'll
right,
get there.
we'll get it. Don't worry. We're gonna fix it.
And you know what? When we do it, we won't make you come back. Because we heard it already.
Yeah. They like coming anyway.
Yeah, well,
They love it here.
They love coming.
you're always welcome here, but Tom can handle this next
You
time.
feel safe when you're here.
You quickly say, I didn't understand, the head of the dispatch wanted a car. Or was promised one in this contract.
Correct.
So they took one of yours and they're gonna reimburse you for that. They're keeping the car even though the guy's still not there.
The dispatch center.
Dispatch. He's there.
This is Joe Goddard, right?
Yeah, Joe Goddard, yes. And you can't lose Joe Goddard.
No.
You can't.
So he really was under budget, right? Because he's got this extra 64,000 to give to.
Did he get an Explorer or a Tahoe?
Explorer.
But no, I was
With
gonna make a joke, but
good
You might have $170,000 car for him.
I was gonna say, we got a nice Suburban.
But, just, it doesn't have to be in a month, but I don't want to be prepared for budgets. Can I get a list of every single employee of the town of Fairfield who gets a car? I understand that this risk manager got a car. Surprising to me that a risk manager gets a car. So I did not know that that was part of the job thing, but
So can you just clarify, Jim? So, and I understand the question. So,
I want to take home.
so are you talking about, because we have a pool of cars that like building officials. and
I don't know, I'm not talking about the pool where people come.
So
into
you
the
want
town hall and then
contractual, you want either contractual or otherwise, someone has,
Given it as part of their position to be able to take home. Now, some of them are gonna be police cars.
so you want to include police officers or.
I'd like
in
that
the-
separately listed. I would like to know how many cars that are we giving employees? Every single employee that can take home a car. I'd like to get a type of car it is and the position.
And I would also say, and I don't want to, stir up a lot of stuff here, but if somebody like this risk manager was promised a car.
I think that it was for the emergency management.
I know, but I'm just gonna finish. If
Gonna
that
do-
car, wait a minute, if that car was not budgeted,
We're gonna go nuts.
then that's, we budgeted 10 vehicles for police. We budgeted a couple of other things. We should not be entering into employment agreements that promise employees cars that have not been budgeted. I would just say, if you think that's necessary and you want to do that, come back to the board and we can find a way, if everyone agrees, to fund it, whether it's through the outside jobs fund, whether it's through surplus or whatever. But I feel like, if we signed an employment agreement with this guy and he was promised a car, then we got to give him a car. But if that was never in the budget, it's a problem. And there's just too much of that happened in past.
We can get that. We've been looking at that,
Okay.
vehicle inventories and.
I mean, it just seems like there should be a policy on it.
Yeah, and we're, the vehicle policy,
Yes.
so that-
That was one of the things the risk manager was supposed to do, was look at the vehicle policy.
We had some
because-
other credentials, maybe they could.
Yeah, well, and I think this guy could have done that because I think he was actually working on it. And part of the issue was, and one of the former internal audits laid it out, it wasn't just a matter of inventorying the vehicles. It was the fact that, we didn't have processes in place to make sure people had good driver's licenses and look at the insurance on the vehicles. And there were a whole there was a whole host of issues around
Tax
vehicles
liabilities too.
that, yeah, a lot of liabilities that were raised in that audit, and it was a good audit, and I applaud Mr. Gerber for doing it, but the problem was we never had anybody to actually implement the recommendations. So the risk manager had started doing that. But regardless, your point of we need a policy, we do need a policy, and I think we have a blueprint because we had an audit on that about a year ago.
Yeah, and we're in the midst of working on the policy for inventorying policy. I mean, we already spoke about the police and fire emergency vehicles.
So we have an inventory of vehicles now already. And we can take that inventory and we can designate, I mean, those cars belong, so this, we have this inventory and it's, you know, X number of cars. This number of cars are assigned full-time, and then we have a pool that's not, that aren't assigned to additional people, and that adds up to the total of the cars. Is that?
We have
Yeah,
that already. But like for this car, for this risk manager, if it came from someone else's inventory, I'd like to know about it. We purchased it?
I think he had I think he had an old top.
It was not a new car was not purchased.
I'd just like to know
This
what
person to
inventory
use
it
in
came out of.
the,
All right.
And is the new risk manager gonna get that same?
no. I think the risk manager is not going to be getting a vehicle.
Well, I think the risk manager in your organization is not also going to be a deputy emergency management director, right?
No, he's not going to be a deputy emergency management director, so he would not need a car to respond to calls 24/7.
But that position will work on preparedness for emergency management type stuff, right? Okay.
Yes, and there is a fleet of cars that employees can take and use during the day. The risk manager needs to go and do site inspections and doesn't want to use his own car. There will be, or she, a vehicle.
Got it. All right, did we vote on this yet, or we're not?
We can't
don't-
vote
We
on
can't
it.
vote on it. All right, we're free.
Just want to clarify. The car that the gentleman was using, risk manager, that was a used car that was in our, where?
You don't know.
Into that. I think the fire department I know the fire department loaned them a car.
So the fire department loaned them the car, so they'll get it back?
They got it back already.
Back.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. No worries.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Okay, so we took no vote on item. Okay, so we'll move on to item 12, to hear, consider, and act upon fund transfers for fiscal 25 operational activity. Motion to hear this item, Mr. Curley, seconded by Ms. Ruggiero. The backup for this item 11 is posted on page 221. Tom, you're going to take us through this one?
Ben, you want to walk through this?
Well, this is to cover departments that were over budget in 25 by transferring excess funds from departments that were under budget in 25. So.
I'm sorry, I think I said 221, it's page 222. So this is transferring excess budget from Public Works into a variety of departments. That
Public Works, hydrant, water, and solid waste and recycling. Into the various departments and accounts that are identified below. Sum total of $972,288.39.
Mr. Walsh?
Can you explain to me on where it's coming from, the top portion? How do we end up with hydrant and water services saving $453,000 in a year? Is that a rate change? What was that?
These are variances that we discussed at the quarterly, and I think those were, in terms of the water variance, I think that Mr. Cattell indicated that we had favorable rates in terms of what we're paying the water company.
Okay. I remember all the others, Tom. I just didn't remember that. Okay. And then the two area where it's going to, fire, for example, was cut.
And again, we also discussed these variances. These were departments that were higher than the expense, had an unfavorable variance to the budget. So basically, you're taking the favorable variance from Public Works and transferring it to the departments that are over budget.
Yeah. So, but for fire, was the or any portion of that $299 caused by the fact that we were paying two chiefs of the fire department, an interim one in Kieran. And our chief, who was put on administrative leave. What was he on administrative leave? We paid him for like 9 months, approximately. Long time.
Yeah.
That is, would.
Those costs are in.
Would that hit there?
Those costs are in there, yes.
So that's, I'd asked for that question. I've not gotten that answer. The last meeting, if you recall.
Okay.
I asked for what the total amounts were.
While Jim's looking at the list, I'll ask to fill in the blank. Legal services, was that over because of the UI dispute?
UI, yeah, primarily UI. And there were a couple of investigations, I think, but it was primarily UI.
So I was surprised to see golf, Smith Richard.
Yeah, again, it was maintenance boards and there was personnel costs.
But we had revenue offsetting that.
Revenue,
Oh, okay.
they were favorable in revenue side, yeah.
Yeah, normally in the, when we saw this in the quarter, you would have seen the revenue.
Yeah, there was a favorable, it was favorable.
I got you.
We will, the revenue surpluses, by the way, we'll handle at the next meeting because we need to.
So, Tom, when we were at the audit subcommittee meeting that I was at with Mr. Mottola and our chairwoman, it came up about the $65,000 of invoices for the upfitting of Mr. Becker's vehicle. And Ms. Charlton asked me the question, like, so you've accrued for that, right? And you said, no, we haven't paid them yet. Have you paid them?
The cost has been, it has been paid, yes.
Where did you pay that out of?
The police department.
Okay. So is that number driving their $89,000?
Yeah, that's part of it.
$65,000 of that?
Correct.
Mr. Becker's car?
Correct.
I mean, I guess just to point out, the decision was, and I think this is probably appropriate, not to put it in the internal service fund.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's probably,
I mean, we had to pay the invoice, we have the vehicle's in the possession of the police department.
I get that part.
So, yeah, so it makes
Yeah.
sense to just put it in the budget, particularly because, I don't think any of us, I mean, other stuff got put into the internal service fund and it's what it is, but this didn't.
So the car got put into the internal service fund, the fit up got put into police,
The uplift is in the police, yeah.
paying for it with surplus in those other departments.
And
All
I
right,
think.
no further questions.
I think if I remember correctly, and we can look at this, Connie can tell us, but I think the upfits were typically in the departments. I think those replacement vehicles, since the policy got changed, were going through internal service, but the upfits were not. I think maybe there was one that got in there, but the upfits, so this is consistent.
Correct.
What I'd really like to know, and we never got the answer to. Saxel's audit, I commend her again for, there was talk about the fire vehicles that went higher than their requisition by, it looked like around $7,000 a piece. They just did it on their own without. I want to know where those upfitting costs hit. What lines did they hit in our budget?
Are they in the fire budget?
They were fire police, I don't recall.
Excuse me?
They were in the fire or police, I don't recall.
There were specific, Ms. Saxon, do you recall what I'm talking about? You took.
Come on up, you're
Up anyway.
He's next anyway, right?
Come on, let's
Come on up.
Contested. So, I'm glad you're coming out.
Seats are more comfortable.
I thought you had expressed that there was a fire vehicle that had upfits as well as Becker's vehicles. And there was a fire vehicle.
Yes.
And I'm going up top. $6,000 or $7,000 above the requisition.
Yes, they had purchased higher grade.
I agree.
That were not. The bid.
And then when you go above that, where does that extra amount have to hit? Because the requisition's in for a certain amount. Where does the
Came out of their operating budget.
Where in their operating budget? Can we find out?
Capital outlay.
It all came from capital outlay? Okay.
That's the purchase.
Okay, can you just confirm that with us? Send it to the board. I would just like to know
And the-
exactly what line in their budget it hit.
Yes, I'll give you the exact details.
That'd be great for each of those cars. Thank you.
So with the 89,000 coming out of the police budget and 65,000 relates to the upfit for the cars. And this is just a comment on when we look at next year's budget and we look at run rate, for example, which is something that people use a lot to kind of get a view of, what's the right number put down. I think it'll be very important, and I know we'll probably have a budget committee that maybe will meet a little more robustly this year. And I was on it, so I can insult myself. But I think we need to get a deep dive into what makes up some of these numbers, because when we're hearing about these different things and we're talking about 635,000 being added to the operation budget for the police, for example, which is critical. Seeing what was in some of these numbers would be helpful, because right there you got an $89,000 number, 65 of it is not going to be repeatable, right? So it's going to overstate or make it look like that budget had spend that it really won't have again.
I think though, and I understand your concern, I think if that's in the capital outlay line, it'll be easily identified, because you normally.
Those are one-offs.
Right, so in capital outlay, if you remember the budget book, what we usually have is there's a page, an informational page in the budget book that gives the detail of the capital outlay item. And you can see, because it's recurring but non-recurring. So it's like different, you might have the same number each year, but it's completely different pieces of equipment. So I think if it is booked to capital outlay, it will be apparent on that. It's not like it's gonna be.
I think it definitely shouldn't be in the internal service fund. I agree with that 100%. I just think it's gonna be helpful to have, when we look at the budget year over year, to understand where it was captured.
Yeah, I mean, it can, listen, it'll be up to this board, whether it goes in the internal service fund or in a department budget, it just has to be budgeted for. It could be budgeted anywhere, but the issue was it was not budgeted last year. Okay. All right, any other questions on this? Okay, so comments from the public, I see not, see anybody? All right, so this was item 12, okay. All right, so, all in favor of approving the transfers referenced in item 12 of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous 8-0. Okay, thank you, Tom. All right, so we're gonna move to item 13, which is to hear, consider, and act upon the following fiscal 25 transfer request from the Chief Fiscal Officer. So to transfer $196,861 from general fund contingency to the Public Works Operation regular payroll line item for accrual of the DPW contract settlement, and transfer $43,577 from WPCA contingency to regular payroll in fiscal 25 for accrual to the WPCA contract settlement. So motion to hear this item, Mr. Curley, seconded by Mr. Myers. Okay, so the backup for this item is posted online beginning on page 223. And I'll just, Tom, say a minute, just for informational purposes for the public or anyone on the board who doesn't remember these. So we do budget for unsettled contracts and contingency. But at the end of the year, we, if those contracts haven't been settled, then that contingency would fall to surplus and it would have to be budgeted next year. So what we do is accrue in the departments for whatever was budgeted, then it gets paid the following year. So this is just a transfer from contingency to the budgets for the payroll accrual for unsettled contracts.
But it doesn't fall to.
So it doesn't fall to surplus, right? And it's available so that next year when you budget for contingency for an unsettled contract, you're only budgeting for the current year piece. Absolutely. This is standard, but just want to make sure we have all these transfers that we all understand the difference. Are there any questions on this?
Is this a full year's amount, or is this a partial year amount?
It's an estimate for full year.
Estimate for full year, okay.
Any other questions? Comments from the public? No? Okay, so all in favor of approving the transfers referenced in item 13 of the agenda, please raise your hand. It's unanimous 8-0. Okay, so we'll move to item 14, to hear a report from Town Internal Auditor Connie Staxel. You get your name in the agenda item. On property and general liability claims in the Internal Service Fund for fiscal 23 through 25. The backup for this item is posted online as a separate document and a supplemental backup. And just, Connie, before I turn it over to you, just as background on this item for the public, this audit was requested by the Board of Finance as a follow-up to the vehicle audit that was discussed during our September audit subcommittee meeting and the quarterly meeting for the full board. At the quarterly meeting, the board reviewed supplemental information. So it wasn't in the audit, but we provided the board with information from Munis showing the detail of charges that were made to property claims within the Internal Service Fund for the past 3 years. And if everyone remembers, the detail that we reviewed included charges for police vehicles that were purchased as replacements for cars that had been totaled. That was a practice that, according to the Munis data, began in fiscal 24. There's also a number of charges for vehicles and other property repairs, and that was a practice that apparently has been followed for quite some time. So as a result of the vehicle audit, we learned that the charges for the replacement vehicles were not properly authorized, nor were they budgeted. So the board made a formal request through our CFO asking that the town's internal auditor review that Munis detail that we looked at our last meeting to just make sure that it was complete and accurate and make sure that there were no additional property claims in the internal service funds that were, buried in other line items or classified incorrectly as something other than property claims. And we also asked that Ms. Saxel provide additional information with respect to all the transactions that she tested, including who authorized the charges for any of the claims and whether the appropriate policies were followed. So that's just some background on this. And again, this was posted online supplementally. So I will, Connie, thank you for being here and for waiting until 11:11 p.m. And I'll turn this over to you.
Well, thank you. I conducted an audit of expenses made from the Internal Service Fund, Town Property Claims Account, and the General Liability Claims Account as recorded in Munis for fiscal years 23 through 2025. The audit was conducted upon the request of the Town Fairfield Board of Finance, which was also prompted as a follow-up to the internal audit report entitled Inventory Motor Vehicle Purchases for Police and Fire Departments FY25. That report was dated September 5th, 2020. And the purpose of this audit, as Ms. Charlton stated, was to ensure that all purchases made from the Internal Service Fund, Town Property Claims Account, and the General Liability Claims Account reported in Munis were supported by proper backup documentation, were paid to correct vendors for the correct dollar amounts, that the expenditures were appropriate for the account examined, and that they complied with town purchasing policies and procedures. The scope of the audit included 100% audit review of all expenditures made from the Internal Service Fund, Town Property Claims, and 100% audit review of the General Liability Claims with a sampling of KERMA bills. A review of the types of reasons for expenditures made from the Internal Service Fund, both accounts, Town Property Claims and General Liability, revealed that they all stemmed from an original claim made by town departments relating to town property or equipment damage, with the exception of the purchase. Now, this is town property claims, with the exception of the purchase of hepatitis B vaccines, which more appropriately should have been expensed out of the budgetary account of the department. Audit review of the general liability claims were primarily for KERMA, LAP, which is liability, automobile and property claims and losses, and reimbursement payments for damage caused by the town to outside party personal property. It was noted that there were expenditures that were reflected in this account over the fiscal years examined that should have been more appropriately charged to town property claims liability account, such as auto parts and repairs, to police department vehicle damage due to accident, the fireboat loss, fire station 1 kitchen fire expenditures. And there were also legal expenses reflected in this account, which also should have been more appropriately charged to the town legal expense account.
Honey, I'm sorry, which page are you on? I just want to make sure we're looking.
Oh, let me get the report out.
Are we supposed to be looking at that classification table, what you just discussed, which is page 4?
So page 4 does show you the classification of all the expenditures that were made out of the account. I gave them a classification and a reason for the type of.
But some of these were misclassified, so.
And I did note, basically, if you see on that page 4, in that chart, third from the bottom, hepatitis B, that typically that would be more of a health department operating expense out of the budget. The other expenses appeared were as they related to property damage claims, including the replacement of those vehicle purchases.
Can I ask you a question right about
Yes.
there? So the vehicle on that chart right here where it says vehicle build for replacement.
Jim, what page are you on?
I'm on the second page under this whole classification section 4 entry on that chart.
Vehicles.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was that because that vehicle was destroyed in an accident, or was that just a vehicle that was built? Like we ordered just like a capital purchase and we just upfit the vehicle and use the internal service fund to do that?
I believe that vehicle upfit was for one of the new vehicles, but I'll have to double check.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so it looks like,
All the other repairs and maintenance, like these two repair and maintenance.
Okay.
So that was just fiscal.
yeah, I mean, fiscal 24, I think we became aware that that was the first year that a replacement, the vehicle repairs had been run through here, but this was a vehicle that was totaled. So the replacement vehicle was run through this in fiscal 24, one vehicle. And Jim, I believe that because I had asked about that, I believe that that vehicle upfit was related to the same vehicle, whereas this year it's a little weird because we've got replacement vehicles there, but then the upfits in the departments.
So are we all in agreement that that's an appropriate use of internal service fund? Roll a town vehicle and then we can buy a new one using.
Well, I mean, I think it's okay as long as we're putting some amount into the internal service fund now. Right.
I don't think we ever knew that was happening.
Number of vehicles we think are gonna be, whatever an average amount is, 4 a year, 3 a year.
Well, or we could budget for it in arrears. So that if we draw out for 2 vehicles this year, next year we put in 2 vehicles, we replenish it.
And we'd heard that the administration was thinking about insuring the vehicle. Or looking at it, and we're gonna just make a decision, seeing how much it costs to do
We
that.
need our new risk manager for that.
Yes, but I guess we'll have to look at it. If we're getting insurance money in, then it can go out and in as long as we get whatever. If not, I think we gotta put some amount in for a year or something.
I think it's an appropriate use of using this fund if we budget correctly for it. And I mean, the other issue was how the vehicles were also purchased.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
That's a different issue. So I just want to make the public understands that it might be appropriate.
And raise a good point, like maybe we have 4 vehicles this year that went through the internal service. So next year, we're budgeting for those 4 vehicles to replace the money.
Yeah.
It's where we're always accurate about what it is as opposed to taking some around.
Oh, yeah, but the whole thing in arrears, I just want to make sure I understand that concept, because let's just say, so I don't know if you know, Ms. Vitale, maybe we should have asked but have any vehicles been totaled?
I did ask.
Okay.
So far yet, nothing.
So guys, so far, no vehicles have been totaled this year. So let's just say a vehicle gets totaled next week. We have not budgeted in this current budget for any replacement vehicles, right? I don't want to jinx anybody.
What are you doing?
We somehow 5 got totaled last year. So this year, so far, it's 0. But since we did not budget this year for replacement vehicles, we have 0 in the budget. if this happens and next year, next week, 2 cars get totaled,
That was two.
whatever. Okay. Somebody goes crazy, we total some number of
Let's go for
vehicles.
3.
Right now, there is no budget
Right,
anywhere.
right.
So, I just, the whole in arrears thing, I just want to be careful with that because I think if the administration says, listen, we lost, and I'll make it the bigger number. We just totaled 3 vehicles. So we have a real problem now because we're down 3 vehicles. The appropriate thing is not to pay for it in the internal service fund and then ask for it next year. It's to come and ask for a transfer, whether out of surplus or contingency or whatever, right? So does that make sense that going forward, I mean, at least for this year, next year we'll decide how to budget, but this year we have no budget. So if the need arises this year, before any expenditure is made, we have to have some kind of transfer in order to pay for it, right?
Can I just ask one
I
clarifying?
mean, can I
point?
just, does that make sense?
You will not be purchasing a replacement vehicle that doesn't have budget without coming to the board.
Okay.
Okay, so
Good.
in the past, if I understood this issue correctly, because we've talked about this at a couple of different meetings, in the past, my understanding was that repairs would go through the internal service fund, but replacement vehicles would not. And that the police department would have to wait until the next year, and they were just SOL for a number of months until they had budget dollars to pay for it. So they had to wait. So I think there was it didn't get approved or discussed in this board, but there was a change in process where the police department no longer waited. They got a replacement vehicle. It was paid through the internal service fund, which would drain that fund down, assuming that the internal service fund was appropriately sized as a base assumption, that would need to be replenished.
Well, it does have,
But
it has a lot of surplus in it right now. So that's
That's
part of,
fair.
going to be part of your budget.
Yeah,
discussion.
right, agree, but let's start with the premise that it's properly sized to begin with. It would be then under, it would be below.
You would have, you would
You'd have to replenish it. That's the idea of paying for an arrears. So now we know that if there were 0 totaled cars that were being replaced, there's nothing to replenish. But next year, we would look back and say, okay, 2 cars were totaled. It was drawn out, so let's put in
Yeah,
the
no,
budget.
I'm going to disagree with that because if 2 cars are totaled,
Yeah,
then the board should approve a transfer to the fund before those cars are purchased. So we wouldn't have a need to replenish it next year because we're going to have to deal with it this year.
oh, fair enough.
Or
Fair enough. Yep.
alternatively, the board could make a decision to pay for it out of the internal service fund and just reduce the fund balance.
But-
Which should be, right, but I mean, I guess the only point I'm trying to make is do it in advance, not in a.
So we know about it.
got it, so.
And I think Ms. Vitale is in violent agreement, so.
I might be calling, we might want a special meeting if they, if they're really in need of a car, get it approved, just putting it out there, but.
We can all agree the way it was done is,
Pretty sure there is a policy that Joe Centofanti has given to the rating agencies and things that we, for the short term, that whatever we're gonna take out, we replace. And I think that's somewhere in our footnotes. That in the
Yeah.
internal service fund.
I mean, this internal service fund is it's gonna change a lot. I mean, if you guys remember, the size of this fund used to be triple the size, because you used to have the Board of Ed healthcare claims in here. That's gone. The town healthcare claims are going away
Yeah,
too, because we're fully insured now.
right.
So this internal service fund right now is a big fat surplus in it, but that was all driven by health insurance. So that's not gonna be recurring. There's a surplus in there. The board will make decisions in the future about how to deal with that, whether to preserve it for general liability claims, whatever, what?
Don't laugh hard when you say that.
God bless everyone with that decision. But yeah, no, that's what it is. But I mean, the fund is going to get cleaner going forward because it's not going to have the health insurance mixed in there. It's going to just be the workers' comp and the property and liability. I would also say though, that just to be clear, repairs have always gone through this fund. I'm not sure anybody knew that on this board. I didn't. So you know, when the board decides about that, should repairs be, knowing that these things are not insured.
Right.
You know, you can decide whether you want to continue to pay for repairs out of here, even this year, because they have not been budgeted, or whether those should be charged to the departments. But that's, you know, neither here nor there. Anyway, we're getting off topic, but anyway.
I just wanted to answer Mr. Wolf's question, that 6,500 vehicle upfit, that was for a Fairfield Police Department 2023 Tahoe. It was a new vehicle, new build, and it was the build for this replacement of a totaled vehicle.
Okay.
So that was just one.
So the whole car plus the upfit went through in 24.
Correct. Just one upfit. Correct.
Okay.
And all the other auto body parts and repairs, those were just damage.
So Connie, the misclassification issue, and the reason we asked you to look at this is we looked at the property claims at our last meeting, but we wanted to make sure that nothing was missing. And, you know, so you found some stuff that got thrown into this fund, like God knows how hepatitis B vaccines got coded in here. What, the issue in terms of, you know, I assume these were inadvertent, you know, misclassifications. How does that get fixed?
So
Who's supposed to catch that?
First of all, I recommend that we have a policy that outlines exactly what types of expenditures can be made from the town property claims and from the town general liability claims. So once we have a clear understanding as to what we can and cannot charge to these accounts, right now departments are saying, well, yeah, maybe it's a property claim and related is kind of, you know, especially for the general liability.
But who coded these? Was it HR? Was it a department head? Did finance miss it?
Through primarily 95% of all these expenditures were on pink voucher.
Right, but who coded the pink
It
voucher?
originates from the department. The department puts the account that they wish this expense to be charged to. It goes through budgetary review process. It goes to a CFO review process, and it's still wound up hitting the incorrect accounts.
But so you're telling me that, just for example, Sands Cleary coded an invoice and said, I want these hepatitis B things to go into the internal service fund?
Yes. Or it could have gone through human resources. Maybe they went to human resources. Where should I charge it? And they said, I'll put it through, you know, town property. I don't think there was a clear understanding as to what should and should not be.
Very clear policy as to what goes through
Right.
here. Shouldn't be subjective at all.
Most of these should be in the run rate budget. Like, I can't even believe somebody went out on a limb and hit a $56 charge here.
Well, I think the issue is, and it gets a little bit piggybacking on, you know, Ms. Ruggiero's, when you're reviewing a budget, part of what you're relying on is that the prior year numbers are appropriately classified. And we have stuff here that makes no sense. It's not big dollars. I don't want to overstate it, but I would suspect that if these kind of errors are here, they might be, you might have a more systemic issue, because if people are misclassifying expenses and no one's catching it through all these multiple reviews,
Then you don't have a clear understanding as to what you're actually expending.
Right.
For different types of.
like even in a regular budget, if somebody was over on one line and they decided to put the expense in another line, like who's ultimately signing off? Who should catch that, I guess?
In those cases, normally, if it goes on, previously it was on, should have gone, the budget director should have picked up on it and caught it and said, no, you have the wrong account number here, it should go in this other account, you know. Didn't happen in these cases for some reason. And when I think because we didn't have a clear understanding as to what should and should not come to these accounts.
The budget director and not the controller.
The budget director, if it's a pink voucher, was required to sign off on a pink voucher for the purpose of making sure there was budget and it was being.
Got
recorded to
it.
the
Okay,
correct-
that makes sense. All right, but pink vouchers are gonna go. to the
Yeah,
purchase.
basically.
There's hardly anything.
But the same error could happen if it goes through purchasing.
Yes.
Eliminating pink vouchers in itself does not fix the problem of this, is what I'm, okay.
So my recommendation was, formal policy should be adopted, which outlines the parameters detailing the types of expenditures that can be made using internal service funds, town property claims, and general liability claims. This will ensure that the proper and correct expenditures are made and charged to these accounts. During the audit, it was also noted that the pink voucher review and approval process was not always properly followed, as the required signatures were not present on some of the documents prior to payment. A majority of the expenditures noted during the audit review primarily stemmed from the vacancy in the budget director's position from November 8, 2024 through March 31, 2025. However, it was noted on some of these occasions that the interim CFO had signed off during this position's vacancy.
As budget director or as
No,
CFO?
just as CFO, the budget director's spot where he was to review and sign was vacant.
So when we had a vacancy, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but when we had a vacancy, whether it was, let's say we had a vacancy in the budget director, that responsibility, the budget director's responsibility to review and sign off on that pink voucher and make sure that there was budget and make sure it was coded, just went to no one.
Correct. There should have been an alternate person assigned to assume those duties.
And
Should
should that,
ensure that there was proper budget and that was correct and proper expense to go on as well.
Well, yeah, I would think it's the CFO. I mean, ultimately, the CFO's got to be responsible for whatever the budget director's signing
as
off.
long as the CFO is doing what they're supposed to do. I mean, right, I think what we found is that I don't know. These were recurring issues. This is not just the vehicle audit, but I think what we've seen time and time again is that people sign off on things and they just sign. Like there's not clear indication of, okay, as a budget director, when I put my signature on this piece of paper, it means I've checked these 3 things. That's not clear. So, and I don't know what Frank or anybody did, but it could be that if they didn't have that clear understanding, they could just say, okay, this looks legit, somebody thinks it's okay, I'll sign off. We didn't have a clear policy to say, your signature means that you've done these things. And I keep harping on that because I'm very worried that simply moving this through purchasing does nothing to fix that. Like it has to be, people have to understand what approval processes are supposed to mean, And even with finance, like if this invoice got to finance without proper signatures, does somebody know they're supposed to reject that and send it back? Because again, what you've pointed out here, and again, this is not just with this audit, it's come up time and time again. We have things that go through multiple levels of approval that don't meet policy. And we say we're going to develop a policy, but that's the piece that I feel like really needs.
I think a lot of it comes down to education, training.
Policy, training.
Reinforcing.
Can you develop a sheet that says these are the required sign-offs as budget director, A, B, and C, like 3 lines to check, confirmed account number?
As a result of the weaknesses that we've discovered in the pink voucher, we have restricted it severely. It's basically non-existent at this point. It's only going to be used now for payroll related types of payroll deductions, child support payments, those sorts of things that have to be expedited through our payroll process. Some petty cash, which is very, very minimal, and year-end closing when on the controller's recommendation that the pink vouchers could be made at that time. Other than that, everything is going on just order. And that's going through a multi-level review and approval process.
So that's what I'm assuming, if the signatures aren't right here, that we could have the same problem on our purchase records.
Well, if the purchase purchase order process is all computerized, it goes through Munis. There has to be a requester, then it has to be reviewed by a department head, then it'll go the director of purchasing who reviews and approves it, then it goes to the CFO, then it goes to the, I believe it's the director of financial planning and analysis, goes back to purchasing again. So there's a multi-level.
But Connie, we've had multi-level reviews and I mean, does purchasing know that they're supposed to check the coding to make sure it's classified correct?
That would be, purchasing would review it, but that would be captured by the director, by capital planning.
Okay. All right, so as long as, and that's the key thing, I think. It would be nice to, and I don't know if the purchasing subcommittee wants to do it. Maybe that'll be your swan song, Mary, but I just feel like getting rid of those pink vouchers, which I think is a good idea. There was a decent amount of volume. So now you're adding all that stuff to the purchasing department. And we better make sure that, that has the potential to just move the problem from here to here and not fix anything unless we're certain that the purchasing department can handle the volume, has the resources, and that there's clarity with the policy and everything on what people are supposed to do to it.
Now through the computerization through Munis, you're always ensured that someone will approve it. If it does not get approved by this multiple levels of approvers, it doesn't go to the next level. If the CFO doesn't approve it, it doesn't go to, the next level.
But I do think, and I agree that, there's a workflow process there, but it's important that each person understands his or her role. And that's what we are emphasizing and trying to re-educate people on.
Right.
As we go through the flow.
Can I also say so absolutely education on policy support, but you also have to have enforcement. And to do that thing. So I don't know how it's done, but perhaps just sort of a regular recurring audits of all of this purchasing, so that the people responsible for signing off know that they're going to be double checked. And the reason it resonates with me is because I work in a really heavily regulated industry and I get randomly audited. And I happen to be like the little compliance officer of my company. And I'm like really serious about it because I don't want to get in trouble in an audit. And it's that frankly, just the fear of being hit by some auditor with a little minor operational thing that creates the culture of compliance. It's not that, it's like, oh, okay, I'll sign off on this. It's that I don't want the SEC to come in and say I screwed up. And I think that if I don't know if it's necessarily you, maybe it's Tom, but if somebody is regularly going to be checking this stuff, then if I was a department head, I would want to take it a lot more seriously. Because what you said, just such a breakdown of policy or people not paying attention to it, not even adhering to it. So I would really advocate for, I don't know how it's done, but maybe it's you, Connie, just sort of, rather than picking random things, there's going to be also a standard of just recurring audits of.
I think that should be embedded in the finance function. Because I don't think doing audits after the fact, somehow the process should be, you got to do it up front.
I just think people need to know that they're going to be checked is what I'm saying.
No, and I don't disagree with that at all. But I think it gets to this whole issue, like you said, of, your sign off, your approval has to mean something. And to Mary's point, before I sign off, I've checked these three things. That does not exist here.
No. So what's missing is a list of responsibilities. So when a person leaves, their manager or someone else can pick up the list and say, oh, this is what this person was doing. I need to check this because of this. And unless someone goes back around and retrains them, something seems to be getting lost all the time.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, does the workflow allow you to kick back? Like, let's just say a department head submits something and they coded to the wrong account or they didn't have adequate budget. You don't want to fix it. You want to kick it back to
You can hold it, you can reject it, which means they have to start over. You could put it on hold and then they have to fix whatever. If you put it on hold, you have to put in a notice to why it's being held. And it's missing documentation, not properly coded, and then they would fix it, then it comes back through the flow.
Who's at the end of the flow? Is that you?
Purchasing is at the beginning, then it comes up to me, and then it goes back to purchasing.
But the beginning part was.
The last person is whoever cuts the check.
Right?
That's,
Yeah, that's when you're processing the payment. Begins with the department head, begins in the department, goes to purchasing from the department head. And their role is to ensure that everything is properly documented. Then it goes through these guys to ensure that it's properly coded. And it comes to me, and then it goes back to purchasing.
Basically, when it comes back to purchasing, we're looking to see that you and budgeting director thought it's okay. They're not really.
I mean, generally they would, in some cases, they may check coding if they're familiar with it. But primarily they want to ensure that, if there's a bid waiver or something like that, that's there. Or whatever the documentation that's needed, that's there.
Okay.
who's responsible for ensuring that there's budget, or is that controlled within Munis? It's Ben. But not every expense goes through Ben though, right?
Oh, yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yes,
They all do.
Every single one.
Every PO comes through.
Every PO.
Yes.
So you have to manually check every PO?
And I imagine that as you get more familiar with the GL and the accounts and you don't have to.
Stopped one the other day because to me, it was a piece of computer equipment. It was a uninterruptible power supply. And I kicked it back saying, why are you having coding over here? It's not IT. They came back and said, well, it's not IT. Technically, it's used to keep a piece of equipment up and running for the WPC, I think it was. So yeah, listening to the conversation, one of the things that I've honed in on is my tenure here has been short. I've been checking every I to make sure it's dotted and T that it is crossed, that things are coded properly, and there is sufficient documentation backing up whatever this request is for. Because I know, to your point, when I put my signature on that pink voucher, that's my name on it, and I needed to make sure. So it was coded properly, there was sufficient backup, I understood what it was for and why we're paying it.
Was budget for.
And yeah, and there are instances at the end of the year where there is no budget available, but it's an expense that needs to get paid. So is there available funds in the department itself in another account that will cover that?
Or in some cases, there's not, but we've been tracking that during our quarterly meetings. And so we know that overall there's surplus, and we'll do what we did tonight, which is do a bunch of, yeah.
Exactly.
Or incremental revenue to cover the incremental expense because.
So currently, I also approve every requisition, but that's going to change in here. But in his absence, everything's also covered with me.
In that example where you just said that there wasn't money in the budget, but you knew overall that another line could cover it, would you still code it to the line that takes it over budget?
Yes, that's where it belongs.
Connie?
So, basically, I also identified 6 vendors, as receiving aggregate payments over $25,000 from the town property claims account. I submitted this list to the Director of Purchasing for his review and recommended that he review their compliance with town bid requirements as outlined in town purchasing policy.
So wait, so we had things that were supposed to be bid that were not bid.
Well, in aggregate, these vendors were paid over $25,000. It could fall under the MRO, which is maintenance, repair, operations account, or it could be the vehicles that should have been bid. And I just wanted him to see what was actually being charged to this account, so he could determine if these vendors are appropriate. For example, it is in the list here in the report on page 8, to see if these vendors should be bid. If not, should they fall under a maintenance, repair, and operations type of bid? And let's see, then.
So are you saying there were multiple bids that in aggregate would,
No, there were
same
multiple
vendor?
expenditures, multiple payments to these.
That's what I meant. So
vendors.
multiple payments to one vendor
Right.
that in
In
aggregate were
aggregate came
over
over.
25. So
Right.
you looked at it to say, was that inappropriately
For example,
split.
Circle Collision, we
Yeah.
kept paying them for auto parts and repair. Are they our best, is that the best vendor that we could use for this type of, expense? Should we go out to bid and see if it's a cheaper, vendor, a better vendor, a closer vendor in the, something to that effect? To make sure that the town is, getting the best price for these types of services.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed it out, because when I looked at our list from last time, one thing when you went through the list, other than finding the crock pots,
Oh, the
yeah,
fire.
crock pots,
The fire.
was when I was going through the list, Connie, I kept seeing Circle Collision, Circle Collision, Circle Collision, Circle Collision, and I have nothing against Circle Collision.
Right.
But there are many other
Nobody.
auto body places within our town. And either why aren't they being circled around, or why don't we get into an RFP to get better pricing, but you'll get all of the work? Especially since we're paying cash. This is not a situation where we have insurance and the insurance company is trying to direct us to go to a certain place. So I would like to hear what purchasing's response is, or have purchasing give the Board of Finance a response.
I just assumed that they did go out to an RFP and that they are the.
I know.
We do have a list of like preferred.
Yeah, within the purchasing policy, isn't there a list of where we do that every
we
couple
have-
of years?
We
kind
have
of-
some like, it's kind of odd. I think they were thinking of taking it out just because they weren't. It'd been a list, I think, that was originally created to just make sure that you could quickly get something done if you needed to. And I guess in a time when you couldn't just order things on Amazon.
Well, I think we were trying to steer some of that business locally as well.
There was two policies. It was speed and that, but yeah, there is a list of like, I forget what it's called, like some kind of local vendor thing. That's why I thought it was on.
Well, Mr. Tulin is doing on-call services for these type of things. If you know you're gonna have a recurring service that you're gonna need to go out to bid, so we get the best price, but also have a vendor that can be responsive in times of emergency.
Anything else here of note?
I just want to say with the elimination of the pink voucher that now these requisitions are all subject to review. Purchasing department, better control of expenditures. So whereas before, as you saw, there were weaknesses with the pink voucher system. I'm very happy that our CFO, Mr. Harris, has listened to my recommendation and severely restricted the use of pink voucher.
So how long have we been, how long ago did we make the pink voucher change? Has it been a month?
Fourth.
It's for 25.
Does it make sense to review some of the volume that's gone through purchasing since that time to make sure that these problems were actually corrected by getting rid of the pink vouchers?
Too early to do that.
I mean, if you got a month worth of transactions, right? I don't know.
Touch base with purchasing, see how it's going, has it.
I mean, I just don't want to think we've corrected something that we've just,
It seems like it's been going smoothly, what I did see, going through the finance department. In the beginning, there was a lot of phone calls.
5 hours.
How do I do this? What do I do? You know, now departments are learning, they're understanding. And I think it's going very, it seems to be working very efficiently, effectively right now, so.
okay. I'm just gonna say, when we went through this with credit cards, we had a policy, people got trained, we put out a new thing, everyone signed it, they understood it, you did another audit, and the same stuff was happening. So I wouldn't wait too long.
Yeah.
That's all. Because if there is something, it's easier to reinforce it up front than it is to wait until we. Any,
Myers.
I just have one on in your scope. You said you had discussions with Director of Purchasing and Interim Director of Human Resources. Who did you speak to in Human Resources?
We have Lee Palmer.
Lee Palmer, I was inquiring about payments. So there are quite a few payments going through. I wanted to know what, why we're paying them, why what the amounts represent.
any other questions on this audit?
Thank you. It was a tedious task. There were hundreds. I literally looked at hundreds, every single invoice. So I started to get a little blurry after a while, but it was well worth it and got a better understanding myself of town property claims, general liability.
Thank you for
claims.
doing it and thank you for
Quickly,
doing it
too.
quickly.
Oh, you're welcome.
One of the recommendations was to form a policy on what does go through the internal
Yes.
service fund. What steps do we actually have to take to have that happen? That's something they do there.
Well, I
Together,
just
is it-
sit with-
I'm working on something now. Drafting something.
Usually we collaborate.
I think the general consensus of the board is that didn't go through their, what we believe they have, that's not necessarily a problem.
Be funded.
Right, as long as the.
Or otherwise
Or otherwise.
Also focusing, follow the proper record policy procedure that they're created. Now and getting the benefit. Right, there is. Pricing for the town and not over. Understand.
Any other questions for Connie? Thanks, Connie.
You're welcome. And I'll give you that information, Mr. Walsh.
What do you have to get, Tim, I'm sorry, what was your follow-up item that Connie's getting?
One was about the circle.
Circle collision and also where did fire department charge their.
Accounts of the, where, I want to know the accounts with.
Okay, and we're also gonna work on a list of vehicles.
Take-home vehicles.
Take home vehicles.
That's, I don't consider that to be repairs.
I believe it was repairs and maintenance for the fire department upfits.
That would be good to know that, because that's not, in my book, that's not repairs or maintenance. So let's just clear, it's not maintenance. Now we can talk about repair. Not really, upfitting of a vehicle, that should be a capital outlay of some sort. And if that's the case, then I'd like to take a look at that, because maybe they've been doing this wrong for years and our repair and maintenance number is completely out of whack.
Yeah, I'll get you a schedule
Yeah,
detailing all.
I appreciate it. Thank
But of course, that's what you are. Because.
Upfitting shouldn't be in repairs.
Okay, so we're gonna move to item 14, here, consider an act upon any communication. Do you have anything?
Lights and the.
The Yankees.
So, but it seems.
Yankees won. Okay.
One tonight.
Motion to adjourn? Jim, done.